sad time for them. I mean, in terms of momentum, team needs to secure a win for them to keep those positivity going. And for them, you can't just, I mean, you do have your learning curve all throughout this tournament, but as well as adaptation should be implemented here. Try to manifest a win again for yourself, especially with these really strong teams. It can be challenging, but it's still possible. Anything can happen in a game of Wild Rift. Any team can make a mistake that you can actually punish and make the most positivity for yourself. Team Laos, they showcased their strength already against Team Vietnam, and despite it being a lose, it was still a good performance for them. And so, being now matched against Team Philippines, this should be one of the biggest challenge they are to face for today. I mean, Chami, Joshi, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw. Chami a while ago was just a monster on the Fiora, and definitely should be respected, possibly even banned away on the champion. Aaron on the Aatrox is just obnoxiously strong, even securing the MVP of that match. And the rest is, I mean, every single member here definitely deserves some recognition. So this team of the Philippines definitely going hard into today's tournament.
Yeah, most of the players here from the Philippines are just well decorated already in the local scene. That's why these players really have a lot of experience going for them. They do know a lot of the macro plays, the micro checks. That's not going to be a problem now at this point for them. But looking at Laos, Laos is a team with has a lot of promise. They do want to have a lot more going for themselves that I hope that they would be able to pull this off during this next game, because with what they're having, I see that this team does have a lot of future amongst them. So I hope this tournament is not going to be bringing them down.
Yeah, for sure. You should not let the anything or any result impact your mental state, as we are going to be finally heading on towards the matchup. Philippines on the blue side, Laos on the red side. Let's see if this can be a good for them. Triple J a while ago on the Nautilus, unfortunately, was a bit, on the bad end whenever he tried to use the dredge line and connected onto the terrain. He always gets punished for it. So hopefully, he does not mistake this. Does not commit the same mistakes again here towards this particular game. Team Philippines, you're gonna be checking on those mistakes.
Yeah, I do hope that they are ready for whatever is going to come here. With Zoe Senna getting banned out, this is just the respect that they have here from the Senna that they were, or rather the Zoe that they were able to witness a while ago. That's why they're just banning it out in case Demon Kite has it again. So I do hope that they would be able to pull this off in this next game.
Mm-hmm. Well,
We do have the Senna, we do have the Yumi up and available right now, and is gonna be banned for their side. But looking at how this is gonna go, Laos has seen some better days, and the bans they've seen the Aatrox a while ago from AA Ron. So Philippines is just gonna be banning what they don't want to see, because that's a lot of support and even a Dragon Lane pick here for their side.
yeah, I mean, I think Laos also has to take away the maybe even take away the Fiora here away from Chami, because he's just gonna be using it for sure here in this game if ever it comes open. One of the best player here that Philippines has produced, Chami, having so much impact in most of the games that we have seen already with him.
I hope that we see a lot more from Chami, or rather from Draw here, because I like seeing Draw picking up the Nautilus, because the amount of plays that he does with the Nautilus is just great to see. But now Laos, very smart picks from what I've seen. The Camille to
Irelia.
the Irelia. I'm not sure about the Irelia getting picked here, but the Camille was good. But the Irelia, I'm not sure of. If that was a Yone, it could have been better, because G-Force played that one better.
Uh-huh. Because Irelia
Oh
is very
no.
difficult to execute. And aside from Yone and the Lilia, well, this is an exciting pick for the Philippines. I mean, this champion can deal an obnoxious amount of damage, especially in the late game when she's able to scale up. And I think the Philippine region will be looking for a team fight based composition once again. I mean, this is the meta of the Philippines. Really hyper aggressive champions. Even the Lucian being picked up here for their ADC.
Yeah, I mean, in the bot lane, not sure if that's the bot lane, but if it's gonna be the mid
Mm.
lane side,
Mm-hmm.
Jace against Irelia, that's the reason why they should, because they want to have a match. And this is also going to be a safe pick if ever they're going to be putting this Lucian in the bot lane. So I really like this flexibility that we do have from the Philippines, that they have the Lucian. But Laos has a lot of power picks. This Camille, this Jace, we know that they always get banned. They always know that they're priorities. And I'm liking this tone from Laos.
Yeah, I mean, this is an all-in composition by Laos. They have good poke as well with the Jace, and I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing them being very aggressive on the Philippines as well. Because if they don't, it's going. The Philippine team is just going to pummel them, just like in the other games we have witnessed them as well. Ash gonna be taken away. Gwen and Corky as well. Laos, what is the champion they are gonna be taken away here for? Is it a Philippine team on their
I think
last ban?
Lux.
Well, yeah, possibly Lux since they have banned away the Ziggs too.
Or if they're
Yeah.
not going to be picking Lux, Philippines can still pick up the Lux. And Laos would be left with no options in the bottom side of the map because they do have the. No, even the Senna is banned. So they're going to be forced to use a Zeri or any ADCs at that point. The Varus is going to be picked. I haven't seen a Varus effective during this whole tournament just yet. I hope that we see this going to come to light for the side of Laos because the Philippines know how to play around a Varus pick.
Uh-huh. Even though I like the Varus pick against engaged champions, it's still gonna be there's still windows of opportunities for Philippines to go inside the members of Laos. And after the Jacks, yeah, the Lux will be picked up here. And so many setups can be made here, not only from the Lux Light Binding, but also from the Dredge line, from the Sleeping Lullaby of the Lilia. Laos, I think the Galio is going to be an important pick for them for their defenses.
Yeah. And now with the Galio, the only way that they're going to go about this is that the Camille to the Galio ultimates is going to be a good way of engage to follow up with a chain of corruption. So that's how usually these fights are going to go. I do hope that they have enough damage here. And considering that the Galio does have a bit of an AP scaling, I can definitely say that this is leaning towards a more AD heavy composition for the side of Laos, and it's easy again for a team like the Philippines to itemize against this. So it's gonna be one of the underlying problems that Laos needs to go through. They need to overpower these defenses that Philippines are gonna be building, because if not, they're not gonna be having enough damage against them.
Uh-huh. If you don't have damage, that's not gonna be looking good for you. And so far, when the last time we saw a Jax, it didn't actually become good because well, it's Laos actually it was actually Singapore that used it, and JK had a sad performance of it. 0-7-2 on this last score line. Now though, JJJ has to fall back for now.
So
Now
this
with
is gonna be,
Jambi
yeah.
on the
I hope
Jax.
that
Uh-huh.
top lane though, gonna be going for a fight. Rapunzel is just gonna be ready for anything here because we've seen this fight before, and Chami might have a really hard time in the early game, but it's a good thing that Blue Moon got that first blood in the mid lane against Solution at that point. That's such a great win.
Yeah. And Blue Moon, he is a very aggressive player, and he's gonna be looking for more kinds of plays like that. Similar to their game against Vietnam. Now bottom lane, Triple J. Oof.
Yeah,
That's-
JJJ got holded, and now Philippines is drawing a lot of power in this bottom side, but Laos again, that kill in the mid lane could potentially swing this in the favor of a Blue Moon, because he does have the flash again, and the amount of pressure that this BF sword could give is just so much.
Yeah, and Aaron doesn't have a flash as well, so eyes on him later on. Though we do see G-Force hovering towards the top side to maybe help out the Rapunzel. But after the Scuttle Crab For sure, he might actually eye on going towards mid as well. The matchup on the top lane with Chami on the Jax so far is looking good because the last time we have seen a Jax versus Camille, it didn't turn out well for the Jax. Mid
Yeah,
one.
yeah, we have seen it during the last game too, but the bot lane, look at that. Look at the confidence that they have from Laos. Just even with Demon Kite making it hard for them to go there, they still manage to out-trade them during this fight. 2-1 is on the board. I do hope that they should be able to use this in their favor. With G-Force, what was that? Just popping the Ignite casually just to stop G-Force from getting the bottom lane part of the jungle. But let's take a look at this replay.
This is how it happened. The gank here by Joshi. And the dredge line connecting was just a big factor. But again, it still was a 1-for-1 trade. Thanks to, Yanathone helping out Triple J there in that instance with the Galio tanking so much. Bought enough time for that damage to come through from the Varus.
Yeah. And Laos is just happy with this though, right? Because having the kills against the Philippines is gonna be enough to propel them into the later stages of the game. Remember, most of their champions do need a lot of investment. Looking at the side of the Philippines, they don't really need a lot. They just need Chami to get into the late game. But Laos, they need a lot of items. But if they get to the point in where they got those items, I think it's gonna be hard for Philippines to do anything against them.
Especially with the Galio in their face. It's just Shido going in there. Draw. Missing the dredge line. And that gives some space here for Laos to just get their farm for the meantime. Few more minutes before the objective will spawn. And Team Philippines has yet to get another positive kill for themselves. And Laos even having a bit of a lead in terms of the kills. Though PH does have more of it reflecting into gold. So with the amount that they are getting right now, especially with the safe space provided here for Chami, Laos might need to actually send off a couple of members here to try and shut down this Jax.
Yeah, and as long as the Jax farms freely in the top side, Laos is not going to have a great day after the second item is already picked up by Chami. And we all know how strong Chami is as a player. He's the most threatening bottom laner that we do have even in the WRLA. He's just such a great player. He can use a lot of this champions. And even if it's a Jax, he's going to be using it so well. Have the Hexacle ultimatum. He's hold it down. He can't even move. Hero Center is going to be there a bit too late. And Chami's still surviving, but the mid lane, Blue Moon, now low on HP, is ticking. The Ignite is going to be there, but Draw is not going to be taking the kill. And that tower is not going to be hitting it. That top side was able to get the trade to a 1-for-1, but look at that. The ultimate is going to be here. Little Lullaby going to be sleeping towards their death, but it's not there enough. I think that's to cover for them. She just made a massive mistake during that fight.
Yeah, almost getting killed onto Triple J, but still wasn't enough. The Lilia is just in the early game, not much damage present yet on this champion, especially without the items and the level needed to get that damage. Now, Team Laos getting the leverage in most of that fights. Team PH should be much more careful now, especially with the objective spawning up.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from the side of Laos. The confidence that they have for these fights. The Hexacle ultimatum that they used, they didn't even hesitate, but now they don't have any ultimates. Philippines is just confident to just take this. They added that charge, but it's going to be a 4v3, not the fight that they want to go for. Final spark, the damage is not enough to actually get them a kill, and that's going to be the referral onto the side right there of Laos. Two people are down, and Laos just took over this fight top side.
Took over the fight, took over the Rift Herald, now taking over top side is Chami.
On the tail, yeah, on the tail, Chami. Do have the referral, so they can use this in the top side. But I think they won't need it anymore because that tower is going to be low in HP. They're just going to be taking that down. They can use that anywhere else around the map in the Philippines. Saving is not going to be having this because Laos now has the advantage.
Yeah, they can even use it in the mid lane in preparation for the Ocean Drake. And oh my, just has been very troubling here for Team Philippines. Now, Team Laos has caught up in terms of the gold. And now even somehow taking control of this game. Though we do see Philippines stacking up on top.
Yeah, breaking through. Knock-up's gonna be there. Final spark to end it. They're gonna be giving this Ocean Drake in trade for that. Not even a trade for the tower. This is just... really hard
questionable.
because Laos is just taking everything.
Yeah, that's a double objective here for Team Laos in exchange for just a kill on the top side. And now bot lane.
Yeah, Hexag Ultimatum, not enough damage. Rapunzel is just gonna be Rapunzeling, just gonna be putting down the hair, and that's gonna be a kill onto AA on the bot side.
And Aaron just not having a good time right now in this game. 0-2 on the board. Meanwhile, Blue Moon still having a kill and even going up ahead in terms of gold a bit here in
Nice
this
to see.
matchup.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Laos is playing this so well. I like to see this. Because with them having 7 kills, with the gold lead having this side, but the problem here is they took the tower top side, they took the tower bot side, but their mid lane is now open. That opens up a lot more space. I hope Laos would be able to take this mid lane later on so that they can take the 3 towers against the Philippines, and that's going to be a big statement here.
Uh-huh. They managed to get the side lanes, which is equally important as well. So they just need to defend theirs for the meantime. Because the Philippines, they are grouping up towards bottom lane to help out Aaron against Blue Moon. And if Laos isn't going to be ready for this,
Yeah.
they aren't. Four-man dive.
Just is going to be there, but don't have any minions to actually help
Ooh.
out, though. The damage is not going to be there. Final Spark is not going to hit. Death Charge is going to be here. Going to be chasing down to the second turret. But it's not going to be enough for them to net the kill. But they might be able to take the tower here as long as the minions crash to the bot side.
Yeah, not much response here by Team Laos as well towards mid lane. But they are sending a bit Death Brush. Unfortunately though, Team Philippines not taking the bait, not checking the area after seeing G-Force leave mid lane. So they do get bot lane, they did get mid lane earlier. Now Team Philippines collecting the stacks of those towers and equalizing the goal against Team Laos. With the mid game happening as well, with the next objectives, I think this might be an opportunity now for Team Laos to set up those death brushes again and try to catch Team Philippines.
As long as they get the second items, this is going to be big for Laos because, as we said, they're really resource heavy, so their champions needs a lot of time to make effective. They do have the referral in 30 seconds, and the setup is already at the bay. And Philippines doesn't have any vision. This is a scary position to be in for the side of the Philippines because they don't have anything. One lockdown can potentially end the fight there for the side.
Oh,
JJJ, look at the
flash.
back line. Demon Kite going to be the target barrier. It's not going to be enough. Even the final spark is not going to be there. They do have the little lullaby. Would be able to get them to 4. That's going to be big. Might be able to turn things around, but just one ultimate for their side. Chain of Corruption
Chain
to
of
hold it down.
Corruption.
JJJ is going to fall. And that's how they won the fight. Just She, the hero with no cape. And the Philippines just take a 2-for-1.
Oh, Joshi, the lilting lullaby onto every single member of Team Laos. They did not expect that to happen. They did not to get caught in the mix there. But that all happened in a flash. And Team Philippines suddenly now is taking control.
Yeah, no need to have a cape, but 4 legs is enough for Just She to make work against 4 people. Stopping them on their tracks, won't be able to do DPS. And Laos, that is a problem that they need to face on this next one. Even if they have this advantage a while ago, look at how the goal just turned. Just because of that one win from the Philippines.
Yeah, and to think that Team Laos did so much work to get that lead in their favor, but it all was denied in one team fight here of Team Philippines. One counterplay, one lilting lullaby, and now it's Team Philippines that have the control, have the Rift Herald, and potentially even bashing more turrets here against Team Laos. Eyes on Justy all the time because those lilting lullabies can be tilting here for Team Laos if they are not going to be
they don't have
successful in
vision.
spotting him out. That charge.
Yeah, draw. Not gonna be drawing out everybody, but Lao is just gonna be going in. They have the Justice Punch. They were able to pull him back. Joshi's gonna be the target. They do have the ultimate by the 4. The damage for the final spark. G-Force might fall down. They have the hero sentence, but it's not gonna connect because Aaron is here and he's just gonna be stopping because he knows he's dead. And this might be the ace that is gonna be coming in. Chami having a 1v1 to beat Meteor and Chant is not enough to deal enough damage against Chami. They have their referral on the top side, but 4 people are down. So this is gonna be 3 towers for the Philippines.
Yeah, and Team Laos just getting called once again by the lilting lullaby. Joshi waited for the perfect timing as well to catch at least 3 members of Team Laos, and when he used it, Everyone piled on. The final spark by Demon Kite, the culling by Aaron, and it was just pristine. I mean, on point here on the Philippines, and Team Laos, they should be avoiding most of that. I mean, Rapunzel having the best score line so far, 4-0 in 1. No kills, no deaths just yet. Should be eyeing to be part of the, the team fights now, because they need this power. They need his strength.
Yeah, restarting the Infernal Drake, half HP. Might be able to steal this. Philippines is gonna go in, but it's gonna go in. Not gonna be stealing Infernal Drake, but a final spark was able to get the kill onto one. Rapunzel is down already. JJJ is gonna be the next one on the chopping block, and they're not gonna be able to do anything much except to get the kill on just she. And that's a 3-for-1 for the Philippines.
And we saw even Yanathone just backing away alongside with Blue Moon. They simply cannot stop the force here of the Philippine team, because when they engage, the you can use the chain of corruption, but you can't stop them immediately, and that's the big problem here. They do not hesitate whenever they go in. They pummel all their strength and then burst down the target that they have. A while ago, it was Triple J and Rapunzel and G-Force. Next, it can be anybody. And now with the next objective spawning up, it was already just good here that Team Laos was getting all the dragons, because if Team Philippines was the one getting it, it would be much difficult for them to just scale up.
Yeah, but remember, they have 5 towers down, so Philippines is just not going to be having the best day here. Rather, Laos is not going to be having the best day, even with the Drakes on their side. Yes, they have the extra stats, but how are they going to use that if ever they won't be in the great position to work with it? And we've seen it time and time again during these fights. We haven't seen any damage coming through from Yanan, because every time you want to just poke when you're using the Varus, but he doesn't have that opportunity because the fight happens before he would be able to actually make use of the piercing arrows.
Yeah, fight happens before you even realize it, and Team Laos unfortunately has been shocked time and time again here in this game. Now Team Philippines grouping up once more into the top lane. We even see Chami split pushing in the bottom lane, while the rest of the team are setting up for a Baron. So eyes on Joshi again, and draw. When they get their strike, it's gonna be go time.
Yeah, they have top side though. Look at them, G-Force. They have the target. Joshi's gonna be it. Lilting Lullaby is gonna be there, but the Heroes is just them to pull them back. They're not gonna get close onto the back line, but Joshi's gonna fall, so that's not gonna be enough damage. They have Aaron to actually make work of JJJ. JJJ is gonna fall 2 for 2 onto the top side. Are they gonna be continuing? I think not, because that's 2 kills already. And look at the bot lane. They lost the turret too.
Yep, Chami just doing the work here for the team of Team Philippines, and despite Team Laos getting 2 kills there, still the pressure is still on. The scaling of Team Philippines is still online, and all those angles that they are taking are starting to be a problem here for Team Laos. They need to find a way to catch them off guard, because most of the time we do see Team Philippines grouping up as 4 and then going in as a whole. And Team Laos, whenever they are scattered, they're getting into the mix. They're getting confused on where they actually need to go. And if they can actually collect themselves and maybe be the ones to actually engage towards Team Philippines on the isolated members, maybe they can pull off a victory here in some of the fights. But now, you do see a whopping gold lead of Team Philippines, 10,000, as Chami goes here onto Rapunzel, though it's just a hook shot whenever he goes in.
And he doesn't have any more HP. Just because of that, he lost a flash. Even the hook shot was used. A lot of investment just because of that ignite onto the top or on the bot side. 10k gold lead on the board. Even with the kills being close, the towers are down, and a lot of things have went in favor of the Philippines during this last fights that we've seen. And we can definitely see the experience of this team. Now, they're waiting for the stun to actually hit. But Laos is still not finding any opportunities to actually start any fights. But now bot lane is going to be the target. They have the Hero's Entrance. All ultimates are down, so if this might be an opportunity for the Philippines to actually go in. They do have the Chain of Corruption. They was able to hit onto Joshi. They're not going to be hitting anyone else. The stasis is going to be there. JJJ was not able to hit onto one. Will they have been able to actually do anything except for that? Lifting Lullaby onto 3, and that's going to be it. They're going to be falling down. That's going to be them chasing after the members. The last one standing, G-Force, is going to be ignited down to the core, and that's the leaping strike. Not even a leaping strike, because Philippines is going to be ending this game, and that's going to be an ace for their side.
Oh my gosh.
just won that game.
The flash in by Joshi into the blooming blows, into the lilting lullabies was just picture perfect. That's the engage, that's the counters, or the haymaker that Team Laos did not expect for Team Philippines to strike, and that led to the game to end so much better here for Team Philippines. Now they will be securing their third victory, third win of today. So far, the only team to be undefeated as of today's game. Such a well played.
Yeah, that was such a great play too. From Laos actually trying their best to get something out of this whole or rather whole game, but with the Philippines, I love the way that they played around the Lilia. She just made a lot of great plays during that whole game. I mean, it also is gonna work because they do have a lot of melee champions, which is a playground basically for the Lilia, for the Lilting Lullaby. That's why he always gets a hit on basically 3 to 4 members every time, and that's such great value whenever that happens. After that, pull the stasis out. That's game. That's what happened during the last 3 fights that we've seen, and she just put the team forward there.
Yeah, Team Philippines really looking so strong right now, especially in this game, and a lot has to be absorbed there by Team Laos. But actually, I want to commend them for this game. That was a well-fought match. Honestly, against one of the best teams or best performing teams right now in this tournament. And Team Laos was the one to do it. They managed to go up against Team Vietnam earlier. Now, even if they lost against Team Philippines, I'm still looking at them in a positive manner. And as we check here in this replay, we even saw Team Laos put Chami in a very tough spot. And here is where we saw Justy having, one of the mistakes he avoided for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and man, look at this. Whenever it came to this early game fights, look at how Laos just gave themselves some life. Because Philippines, honestly, when they started to crumble is when they don't get these objectives. But there's opportunities that Justy just gives the team. Look at those. The lilting lullabies that he gives enough space for the team. And considering that there's a lot of DPS champions on Laos, that's a lot more. But if they had the zigs, if they had more bursts, it could have been different. But because they have a lot of DPS, she just was there in front of everybody.
Check Joshi here, flash in into Blooming Strike into the lilting lullaby.
That's perfect.
And that's the end of it. Yeah. Basically how Team Philippines won that team fight and ended the misery of Team Laos. And well, there were a lot of times that Team Joshi actually made that play. I think one of the biggest factor of this game was him as well. And Team Laos, despite their efforts, it was just very difficult for them because the strong suit of Team Laos was their engage, and we saw multiple times that they actually won some of those small fights because of those aggressive plays that they had. But when Jussie is part of the mix, especially when he gets that lilting lullaby onto multiple members, that becomes the turnaround of every fight that occurs.
Yeah. Lilia is just so good. I mean, all I can definitely say is that Justy is just such a great player. We haven't seen Chami pop off a lot during this game because he's playing a Jax basically, but the 1v1s against Rapunzel just says a lot about it. Because most of the time, Camille would have the advantage because you don't really need to commit a lot, but in the late game, Jax is just way better. But Justy was able to pull off a lot of the big plays that we've seen there. I think the spotlight is into Justy during this game, but I would really like to commend to Demon Kite the final sparks. Wow. Yeah, it's always hitting basically 2 members every time, but I haven't seen a lot of light binding because most of the time they're dead already, so that's why it didn't really matter.
It kind of draw to just use their crowd control spells to try and disrupt the movement as well. By Team Laos, they have a lot of setups, a lot of crowd controls here on the side of Team Philippines, same as Team Laos. But we saw really the smart moves here on the side of Team Philippines to win it the way they actually can, because we saw the struggle of Aaron, we saw the struggle of Chami, and the way they worked around it was through Joshi, Demonkind, and Draw as well to help out those struggling members and bring them back into the game. And when they were now start to be online, especially after that one clash in the mid lane with 4-man Little Lullaby of Joshi, that became the turnaround that Laos did not expect. And after that, even despite the protection that JJJ tried to provide for his teammates, it just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, it wasn't there. The spark wasn't there for the side of Laos. I thought that they're gonna be finding the spark after this. I think the Philippines is just too strong of a team right now in this whole series. The last game that they're gonna be having for today is gonna be a fight against this Singapore. So that's something to look forward to for all of our viewers out there, for the Philippine fans. If they are gonna be seeing a 4-0 during this first round robin, that's gonna be a great statement for all of the teams that we have here. If ever the Philippines would be getting that, they're basically the team who can only do that at this point. That's why it's gonna be a really hard matchup. So we do hope to see something like that in this tournament.
I'm already excited to see the stats here because whenever I see a champion like Ililia with DPS based on health percentage, I look forward to seeing the stats, especially with so much interaction, so much damage that he has dealt actually towards that game. And I believe it will be around maybe about 20,000, I assume, especially on that quite a bit of an extended game as well. And overall, I think Team Laos, despite their loss as well, they have improved significantly over the course of 2 games. And we still will be seeing them going up against Team Cambodia and going up against Team Singapore in the next match. And here you will see Justy just having a little lower against against Aaron, but Aaron with all those damage really messing with the HP bars here of Team Laos.
Honestly, during the whole game, Aaron was very low key. He was dealing damage left and right whenever just she gives him the opportunity. He's the one to clean up together with Chammy. So that just shows a lot of the confidence of the team together with each other. And just she is basically the CC stick of everybody. After hitting one whip, then Lilting Lullaby is enough to take them all home for the side of the Philippines. So look at Laos though. Even though that they are on the losing end, we've seen them fight. We've seen them go for these kills that usually aren't going to be possible with the help of each other. But with what we've seen from them, that was such a good effort. But Laos, whenever they find somebody, I thought that after one combo from the Hextech Ultimatum to the Hero Sentence, they could get the kill. But because they weren't able to pull that off, that just was really hard for them because they lose a lot of ultimate before a fight even happens.
Yeah, MVP as well gonna be Demon Kite with his whopping performance here in this particular game as well on the Lux. 95% kill participation. I wonder what fight he was actually not a part of. Maybe the fight in top lane. That's the only one I believe, since they were busy in the mid lane and in the bottom lane, and before they actually grouped up. But overall, KDA of 9 as well, relatively high gold per minute and damage per minute as well. And so far, the rankings are here. Philippines remaining at the top after winning against Vietnam, Singapore, and Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. They will be having their match against Singapore at the last scheduled match for today. But having the second place, Vietnam, then Singapore, Laos,
Oh, look
and
at the scores.
Cambodia.
They already have losses overall, but the Philippines still hasn't had. So this is a great amount of points that they have already. So we can definitely see who's just gonna be on the top. So I hope to see a lot more from Laos and Cambodia when they're gonna be fighting each other on the next games that we're gonna be having. They probably are the second to the last game of the day. So we're gonna be seeing who's gonna be at the bottom and who's gonna be at the top of this round robin.
Because this is going to be very crucial. Because if you tend to lose a lot here in this game, you would have a much more nerve-wracking set of games for tomorrow to try and secure your spot for the top 4. And only one team, one region will be bidding goodbye here in all of the tournament, and it will be unfortunate to see one here. And based on what we have seen, well, we do have Team Vietnam and Team Philippines still securing the top spot, and will be only joined here by the last 2 teams to accompany with them.
Yeah, whoever is gonna be there, we're gonna be finding out Tomorrow, yeah. We're going to be finding that out tomorrow because we still have a lot of set of games here that
Mm-hmm.
we're going to be having before we go for it. But again, everybody, we're still on the point in where Philippines might still lose for the next round robin, but because of this day one, this is gonna be hard still for them. But again, Giang, this is still one of the things that I want to see on the double round robin. I hope that we do see a lot more. But before that, we're just gonna be taking a short break. Everybody, having your casters for today. My name is Dash, and I was here with Giang. See you guys in just a bit.
First blood. Blue team champion slain. Blue team champion slain. Red team champion slain.
different game, different time. I hope that Laos would be able to pull through after that loss from the Philippines during that last game. They were able to pull off something nice during that one. I hope that they would have enough promise for this next game. But again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Autolus. And Autolus, this is going to be a great game.
Reminds me of some Christmas gifts that we give each other, right? Something nice, something soft, something sweet. But yes, this is going to be something sweaty because as hot as what I'm feeling right now
It's
here
really
in the
hot.
Philippines, yeah, it really is hot. We have a hotter matchup in our midst, and you said it right. Like Laos has been surprisingly good so far, challenging Vietnam, challenging the Philippines. And now is going to face against the bronze medalist of last SEA Games, and that's Singapore.
Mhm.
I would say, if I can describe this into one word or funnel it down to one word, this is actually winnable for Laos. Do you believe?
That's true. Actually, during the last games against Vietnam, against the Philippines, they put up a fight, right?
Uh-huh.
So right now, this might be their chance. If it's against Singapore, this might be their chance. I mean, with Cambodia, that's very winnable. But in
Okay.
this game for Singapore, it's like a 70-30 for me that they might be able to actually win this.
I see, I see. Well,
Mhm.
just to put out some logic behind why we think this is a winnable matchup between Singapore for Laos against Singapore, it's because Singapore is actually a little bit slower to execute. They're not as punishing. Yes, they have good macro, especially at the later stages of the game. But you could actually see that Laos can go and stand toe to toe when it comes to the early parts of the game,
Yeah.
which means that they would have access, to more resources, and if they can actually snowball the game out of control, then yes, we could be in for an upset. I would still call it an upset because again, when talking about Laos and Cambodia, those are the two teams that we don't have prior information about, and we
Yeah.
don't see them often in the Wild Rift competitive scene at all, right? So now it's Singapore's team to handle their business and to make sure that the upset won't happen against them.
Yeah, they're fighting on a 0-2. So that's definitely going to be an upset if ever it all comes down to it. But again, it's still possible that Singapore would be able to win this. But
Uh-huh.
when it came to the fights that I've seen a while ago, especially in the first parts of the macros of Laos, I really see promise. And I've said it a lot of times because it's the Philippines and it's Vietnam that they fought against. And they weren't phased during the mid game. And I like that. I like that quality
yeah.
from Laos.
I want to give you a question. Of course, I mean, the standout from the previous game is the Baron Laner
Yeah.
for Laos.
Yeah.
Do you still think that he's going to be the focal point heading into the Singapore matchup?
Huh. I'm not really sure if they should really invest on the bot lane for the Singapore matchup. I do believe that their mid laner does have a lot of things going in for them. They don't really use a lot of what do you call this? A lot of carry champions in the mid lane, but having something to work with for Laos, like an aggressive mid lane that we've seen a while ago. Even their jungler had an Irelia a while ago. That's something to work with. I like that. I like that they have those champions that could be invested to in the late game, and a lot more of those could potentially help them out.
I mean, if it was a patch a couple of months ago, then maybe
Yeah,
that
sure.
Irelia in the jungle could have, catapulted the game into their favor. I saw that very good engage coming from Just Chi, the focal points. Speaking of junglers, on the other side, we have Singapore's none other than Shinsekai or SSK.
Yep.
He's like the SSJ of Singapore. If you know SSJ, then you know your DBZ. But what I'm talking about here is Shinsekai is like the ace player for Singapore. Easy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. So that's gonna be one of the focal points too for the
Yep.
side of Singapore that they will need to think about. But also one of the problems that I have seen from the players is that they don't really know what to play in the bot lane most of the time. Because during the last games that we casted, Liam and I, most of the time they ban the Ziggs, they ban the Lux, so they're left with no options. They're gonna be forced to use something else. They're gonna be forced to use an ADC, and most of the time they fumble a lot. Whenever it's a Varus, they can't play it. I don't know why, but they can't play it.
One way to go against the Varus is to just go for a hard engage or have some assassins that can actually hop from wall to wall, for example, AZ, because that way you cannot predict where the assassination will come from. Now, speaking of marksman, just in the beginning of the stream, Raven played the Zeri and had a pop off moment. So
that's
to
true.
all the viewers out
Yeah.
there that are not or that were not able to catch that game between Singapore and I believe they were against Cambodia.
Yep.
Raven's Zeri did pop off a quadra kill, and at the end of it all, he was heralded as the MVP. So yeah, you said the bot lane could be the focus here. If is this going to be a Zeri again for Raven and paired with a Yumi? We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, the Yumi a while ago was banned too. I think from what we've seen, they watched the Cambodia game, especially for Singapore, they banned the Yumi. So they won't be... I probably can see a way that they can work this out. They can swap the Zeri, or rather the support with a Lulu or a Karma if possible. But most of the time, it's not really good right now in the meta. But if ever they're going to be using something, I hope that it's not the Varus, because I haven't seen the Varus
you're,
be successful.
you're a Varus hater?
No,
Okay.
I mean, right now I am, but before
did you know?
what?
What? I mean, did you know that
Yeah.
AP Varus is now a thing?
Yeah, I mean, AP Varus is
Reason
really
why
strong
we're-
because of the recent patches, right? But
Yeah.
it wasn't successful when someone played AP Varus during the last games.
It's never going to be. I mean, unless you have a peeler like a Janna or Alistar,
Yeah.
maybe even a Braum, to make sure that he will have access to be able to dish out the damage. Because as you said, building around an AP Varus is different from building Lethality Varus. Lethality Varus, all you have to do is to distance
clear.
yourself from your opponent and just throw piercing arrows left and right. But if you're actually on the AP route, you have to auto attack. Now, looking into the roster of Laos here, just to remind everyone, Rapunzel will be the man in the Baron lane. G4 1, as you said, the jungler that has been the heart and soul of Laos.
Yep.
Blue Moon to Sky, Yanathan, and Triple J would be completing the roster.
Yeah, I really love Blue Moon to Sky, especially when he picked the Zed a while ago. He really put up a fight with the Zed. So that's why I'm saying that this could potentially be a point in where they can focus on, especially GeForce 1. But here, Singapore does have SSK, JK, Soul, Raven, and WJ. SSK being the one of the strongest players that they have on this team and has been putting this team up. So I hope we see it again. But Raven, I mean, the Zeri that we've seen a while ago is a really great showing. So I hope that we can see that again, or at least on a different light, on a different channel.
Oh, I kind of eager to hear you pop off on a Zeri pop off, because oftentimes we do it on League of Legends PC casting, not so much in
Yeah.
Wild Rift.
Yeah, because
But
in Wild Rift you
what?
just have APCs, which is why well,
there
that's
are
just
no
one
pop-off
burst.
moments.
That's one burst.
True.
And Raven is just gonna be. I really do hope. I hope they
Yeah.
ban the Ziggs, they ban the Lux, all the AP champions, so that Raven is gonna be
So-
forced to use that.
Yeah, and did you know that his last item buy on his Zeri was the newest item introduced in Wild Rift, and that's the Amaranth.
Amaranth?
Guard,
Oh,
which,
really?
yeah. So the logic behind it is, remember back in the day, we often see marksmen carry Randuin Soman,
Yeah,
especially
that's
on
right.
the Vayne.
Yeah, I
Yeah, so
remember.
it's
Yeah.
the same logic. So
Ah.
because the item is so good, you can actually put it on marksman and pop off with it. But anyway, enough of that. Let's go into the draft.
Yeah.
Laos versus Singapore, ladies and gents. Karma has been banned away, and also, of course, Singapore. No questions there. Aatrox banned.
Yeah, always gonna be banned. If Jace could also potentially be banned here inside of Laos, Blue Moon was able to use that really well. So if they're gonna be banning something, the Jace could be a potential ban. GeForce also played the Yone. So if Singapore doesn't want that in the hands of Laos, or if they're okay with it, they can answer in kind.
Bruisers are still the name of the game
Yeah,
here, Dash.
definitely.
Jax has been banned away. Camille, I believe Singapore did watch the previous game in where Rapunzel was able to pop off.
Yeah.
And tangle their opponent, or tangle
Yeah.
his opponents or her opponents using her hair.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Hexagon Ultimatum
Whipping the
is
hair
going
out
to be
like
banned
that,
away.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The Golden Blondie. I know. Yeah, Gwen has been banned away your dash.
Yeah.
More bruisers being taken away. So your request of APCs to be banned away will have
Ah,
to wait for a couple seconds.
yeah, I think so. Because there's still a lot of options here for Laos and Singapore. They have a lot of champions that they can use here. As we said, Jace is a possibility. The Yone is still available for both of them, so they can just pick one, give one to the other team. And if ever they want to counter that out, there's a Renekton available to just lock down a J or rather a Yone if ever that's gonna be picked.
Also, another problem that I think has to be solved by both these teams is if ever Jace gets picked up.
Oh.
Now Laos is actually prioritizing a safe engage tank option, going for the Nautilus. Just earlier today, Meliodas did play the Nautilus on
In
the
the
jungle
jungle?
role.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there is this small chance that it can be flexed to the jungle role. I'm not 100% sure if Laos practices or did have enough practice on it. But this is actually more like it, right? You know, Riven priority is 10 times better than a not priority.
Yeah, considering that we had I think a Riven is always a good pick for the first one, and even the Gragas here for the side of Singapore if they want to answer this Nautilus. Yeah. So with that makes it easy
Right.
for them to just shut down this Nautilus whenever an engage happens. But again, that charge is still an unstoppable CC, but at least they're gonna be able to pull them back away, which is really nice too.
Yeah, and of course, early game pressure
Oh, that's
will
nice.
almost always going to be there. A very good pickup by Laos. Global presence. Enchanted Crystal Arrow has just been not really buffed, but you know, when talking about Wild Rift cooldowns, the cooldowns of Enchanted Crystal Arrow, especially at level 13, if you build Ability Haste, it's almost always going to be less than 20 seconds. So more arrows, more chances of winning.
like a
That's
final
been the
spark.
you know I know it. That's been like the name of the game. The reason why this global arrows or global scales are being prioritized is because of the shorter amount of cooldowns that we have in the game. And now, speaking of mid lane focused champion, I do believe that Blue Moon 2 Sky will be manning the Z.
I like this. I like this change from Laos. We've talked about who was the focus of the last games that we have from Laos. It's always gonna Yanan and JJJ. But now with this, they're gonna be pulling off on a supportive role more and giving the bone to Blue Moon to Sky and GeForce more. So this is something very welcome against a team like Singapore. But with
Sure.
Singapore's pick, the 3 picks solid already. They do have a damage.
know, I
They do have
know.
CC. That's a hard thing. So this last 2 picks from Laos is gonna be very important.
Exactly, and the flexibility on the champions by Singapore here is still at an all-time high. You look at the Gragas and you think, okay, it's going to default to the support role, right? But we're talking about SSK. SSK did get the MVP during their first game, and he was on Gragas building full AP. He was actually just a couple of thousands away from matching the damage output of Zeri, which means that if he gets his hands on the Gragas, he will go full burst.
Yeah, if that's the case, if they're gonna be using this Gragas on the jungle, they do have another option to go for another layer of CC that they can go for. If ever, that's gonna be a Galio that they can pick up here, or they can just use the Yumi. Because if they're gonna be picking the Zeri
Yeah.
up, the Yumi is available.
Yeah, let's look into this game thinking that they would be picking Zeri because it
Yeah.
does feel like it.
Yeah,
This
right?
is almost the same draft that Singapore did use during that game that they played Zeri. They are going to pick up Zeri, they're going to pick up the Yumi, and then have SSK play the Gragas as their
Yeah.
AP damage source. So we'll see. Hold your horses, everybody. Is this going to be the Spark of Zon?
I hope so. I hope so. Because right now there's a possibility that they can still go for Lux. Because Lux is still available.
No.
So yeah,
No,
as I said,
boring.
yeah, that is still
Okay,
available.
anyway.
Oh man, that's just sad. But with
It's
this,
fine.
at least that's more a classic pick that we see a lot of times. And with this lineup, the only change.
How
is
can
that
you call
Zeri.
it classic if it's picked almost every time? I
That's
mean,
why it's a classic.
what?
It's always
Default vanilla pick.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, we're going into the Laos side of things. Let's see what they're going to pick here as their possibly jungle. There you go. A very aggressive jungler, and Laos is actually just trying to match Singapore's picks with their own comfort picks, with their own highly mechanically skill cap champions. Because once they are able to snowball this game, looking at their first 4 picks, chances. There is actually a chance that they would be able
Yeah.
to win against SGP.
Yeah, what I like about this though is that they're not afraid to pull out any punches. Cause with this, look at that. That's a pure skill champions that they have. They had the Zed. That's basically 3 assassins on their side, which is also with the Lee Sin. Most of the time they build it full AD. So with this, they have a lot of CC. They would have a lot of mechanical checks that we're gonna be seeing, and Singapore just got away with a very good composition because they were able to pull off with this I mean, you don't have anything to lose anyway at this point for Laos in this first round robin, so they're just gonna be showing their skills in this game.
Double ninja composition with one big beefy front line and engager. Again, when talking about Ashe, if you pick the Ashe, you have to win the side lane. There's no, I mean, there's no other game plan for this. This Ashe won't be building damage. He will be there, or she will be there to provide enchanted crystal arrows from the mid lane, try to hit the target on the side lane, and have that 1v1s to be in your favor, which means this draft overall by Laos does actually make a lot of sense, because now you have a side laner in the Zed, a side laner in the Akali, and a very aggressive jungler that could actually snowball the game for you, or snowball your side laners as well.
Yeah, if it's all about the damage, if it's all about just what they want to do here for the side of Laos, is that they just want to go for 1v1s. They just want to mech check everybody on the side of Singapore, if that's possible. And we said it a while ago, focusing more on the trio rather than the duo could potentially be the answer that Laos is looking for here. And if they win this could be a start of a good round robin for Laos. But Singapore, I'm not discounting the fact that this team is still strong. They have a very good lineup. It's a very default lineup, if I may say. But I'm really looking forward to how Laos is going to play this.
True. I mean, the focal point still right now is, will Laos be the very first team to get over the hump, comparing to their counterpart in Cambodia.
Yeah.
And Laos does actually sound like Laos, right? So we're kind of
there's no other time.
I know we're kind of but we're kind of accustomed in saying Laos, so we'll see if Laos the time.
Laos
as
the
you
time.
said, for them to be able to win this. But then again, I'm very hopeful that we will have a very intense matchup. Again, just looking at SGP's tendencies, Singapore tend to play it safe, tend to play it controlled, and would not go over aggressive. Eyes on Shinsekai. SSK has always been the ace of Singapore team. Has played the Rengar, has played the Kazakhs, and now is going to be asked to play the Yone, if I'm not mistaken. So that's actually a very good pickup for him, or maybe even the Jace. Very interchangeable, but we'll see into the game as to who's going to play who.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they're going to be changing this, because if ever on the side of Singapore, if the jungle is going to be way different, that might potentially be great or bad, because somebody needs to match the power of a Lee Sin in the early game. Because if it's going to be that, I believe that there's a better chance for the Riven to fight against the Lee Sin in the early game compared to a Jace, compared to a Gragas. But I think that could be a potential answer here for the side of Laos. But again, on the side of Singapore, one CC could potentially change the game if ever it's going to be a big fight or an AoE fight. But the problem here is very different styles of play, and I like to see that.
Yeah, of course, the side lane focus versus a composition that can go S5, secure objectives left and right. And again, the 3 dragon win condition heading into an elder is almost always going to be there for you. So ladies and gents, we're still waiting for the game to pop on. And as soon as we are loaded into the game, we'll bring you the action between Singapore and Laos. And again, do you want to curse somebody here, Dash? Because you can actually throw your prediction and, I can tweet at you whenever you're wrong.
Yeah. If ever I'm gonna be predicting, we should predict this game.
Okay.
So I believe that Laos could win this. I just believe that Laos could win this, because
you're the believer of Laos.
yeah,
Okay.
I'll be committing to that, because I always love to see underdogs getting up there after a slight hump. So maybe Singapore would be a hump that they would be able to pass over.
All right. Okay.
How about you?
I have to go with Singapore now, right? I mean,
Yeah.
first of all, I did ask them if
We can
Glaziox
double
was
down on
actually
Laos.
coaching the
Why
team.
not?
Nah, I'm going because I did ask I did ask Glaziox
Yeah.
on Twitter
Yeah.
if he's coaching the team, and Shinsekai did actually respond. So I feel honored that Shinsekai did
Oh.
respond to my my tweet. So my bias will be with the Singapore team, not because they picked Zeri on during game number one, by just because of Twitter things. I mean,
Yeah.
that's me. That's me in general. You throw me a bone, I'm going to follow you like a dog or something.
but hey, I mean,
Uh,
there's a bigger chance actually that based on just this composition though that
Yeah.
Singapore could potentially win it easily. But it's just most of the time whenever it comes to a Zed, whenever I see a Zed, whenever I see an Akali, I'd be like, oh, this player might be good. That's why they have the confidence to pick it on this tournament. Exactly. That's
Yep.
why I have a lot of respect from the players of from before, from Helios having the Zed, from Chami playing the Akali really well. That's why I really want to see those again.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there is a reason why we said that this draft does actually make a lot of sense, especially for Laos. But for Singapore, though, just looking at their draft, and the question persists, right? How do you control the Lee Sin? One is to pick up a very aggressive jungler, and another is to actually win your lanes. Because if the opposing side
Yeah.
does not have a lane that is winning, it will be a lot harder for the Lee Sin to gank, because the counter gank pressure and the chance of them being dogpiled by 1-2 members is almost always going to be there. And I feel that Singapore drafted to at least have a very decent laning phase, so whoever their jungler is would have an easier time to face against the Lee Sin's aggression.
Yeah, I do hope. I do hope that they would be able to manage or mitigate this one for the side of Singapore. But I mean, we're just throwing our predictions here. I do hope that we see that on this next game. But again, it still comes down to how they execute it, because we still don't know who Singapore's jungler is gonna be. At least what champion they're gonna be picking the jungle, because there's a lot of champions that they have
Yeah.
that could go to the jungle role.
Three champions.
Yeah,
actually.
right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough to fight against the Lee Sin, but I think it's better to just win the lane, just win the laning phase.
Yeah, if it's the 1v1, then yes, definitely it's going to be a lot harder to win as a jungler, especially against a Lee Sin. And that's how we often feel whenever we go into our random RGs, right? Random rank games. It feels like that we are so solo and that our teammates are there, but they're just training dummies or something. And yeah, in this competitive format, it's not going to be as soloistic of approach from the jungler, so it will be a lot easier for them to plan against the Lee Sin. There's actually a reason why this LS is not an auto pick, even though it possesses a lot of strengths, even though it kind of scales well into the late game, because the damage of this champion is further augmented by his item choice. It's totally different from League PC. On
Yeah.
League PC, you often build tanky items on the Lee Sin, right? But
Yep.
here in Wild Rift, you go for Trinity Force, you go for Yomos, you go
Yeah.
for almost all damage possible,
Yeah.
with only your defensive item being the Guardian Angel.
Yeah. And that's the reason why Lee Sin is just such a strong character in this game. It's way easier to pull off. It's way easier to use a Dragon's Rage. Yes, he's not that strong in the late game, but it's not that strong compared to other champions in the late game, but he's still strong, which is nice. That's why I do want every time a Lee Sin is gonna be there, but there's a lot of champions that is way more sure. That's why people really find it way better here. But again, we're just gonna be waiting for this before
Yeah.
we head into the next game.
You know what, Dash? I'm hearing positive news already, and I think we are ready to hop onto the
Hey!
game here.
There you go. Okay, my angel
Oh.
just spoke to me. And yes, we're in this game now. Laos versus SGP. This is going to be the time and where we see a lot of champions that you usually see in your rank games. So I hope to
my
see
God.
a win here from
Yep.
Laos.
Look at Rapunzel.
That's
Dressed like
it.
a Disney princess.
That's right.
I know. I mean, A couple of. Did you know that some of the Wild Rift skins, the
Mhm.
exclusive Wild Rift skins, are actually going to join League of Legends
Right.
PvE as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know if everybody's happy with that. With that. Because they were like,
I mean, I'm happy either way.
actually, I am too. Because there are
Ah.
skins in Wild Rift that actually look so great that I'm
Yep.
really, really frustrated why they're not in League of Legends.
You see, well, anyway, I think they have decided against having some exclusive skins, and there will also be a Wild Rift exclusive champion.
Wait,
from what I
really?
heard. Yeah. There's
Wait.
this thing that I read.
Yeah.
There will be a champion that will be Wild Rift exclusive. That may change soon. But anyway, let's go ahead and discuss this game by a bit.
Yeah.
Triple J trying to sniff out WJ's rotation. As you can see, there is actually a very well placed war there. So JJJ knows that since the Gragas is actually pathing towards the mid lane, JJJ has to follow through.
Yeah, people have not been very aggressive.
Oh, flash in, very
They do
aggressive.
have the dredge line to work with, but it's not gonna be hitting. JJJ might be the problem here. He's gonna be the target. He doesn't have any flash anymore. He's gonna be chased down. They're raising after him.
Oh,
The
you
damage is gonna be
bitch.
there, and JJ just gonna fall, and that's the first blood for SGP.
Ooh, Shinsekai playing the Yone. He's not going to play the Jace, not going to play the Riven. And look at Yana and Thone. He's alone here in the bot lane. Oh no, indeed.
Flash and Ghost are available, so he can go away, but the body slam was at the wait,
What a
and
play.
WJ is just waiting for it.
Yep. Full on bound, going back to where he was, SSK. Is just gifted like 2 kills already in the first 2 minutes of the game. I did say that SGP plays slow. Well, guess what? I have been proving wrong, at least
Yeah.
in the first 2 minutes of the game. Laos has to at least control the damage, has to at least slow down the tempo of Singapore, because from how it looks, it will be a lot harder for them to win the side lane if they're losing this hard, this
Yeah.
early.
The slump of SSK is not going to be there anymore because of this 2 gold infusions that he's going to get with a 2-0. This is going to be
Uh-huh.
hard because he's not going to be having any problems getting that first item after he backs
Uh-huh.
away from this first 2 waves. So that's going to be hard for Laos, especially for this first objective that's going to come in. But look at G-Force. Look at the aggression he's going for here. He just wants to get the kill, but because the Sonic Wave wasn't able to hit, he's just going to be walking away in shame after that.
Yeah, well, he's trying to help Rapunzel go and push the wave, so that just she will have a very safe recall. Blue Moon,
Okay.
a little high from Soul there, but yeah, no harm, no foul. At least in that exchange, you can see that G-Force 1 had to help. He has no jungle camps whatsoever to farm anyway, so there is no other objective for him to do rather than assist the lane that is currently pushing, so that there won't be any lane freeze. It's not like lane freeze is actually a thing here in Wild Rift. It's not, but still the same concept,
Yeah.
still the same basics, I would say, when it comes to laning prowess. If you are able to push it over to the tower, then the recalls would be a lot more safer.
Yeah, Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Wow, what a great hit. I think this is going to be dead. That's a perfect arrow right
That's a
there.
good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Hats off to Yana Thone.
Yeah.
WJ though already has. Okay, I thought that was a glory enchant. No, it was just an upgraded boots. I thought that his move speed was absurdly fast for a fat guy, but yeah, I mean, there you go. It's just the Mercury Treads already completed for WJ. Still, you're right. A very good counterplay from Laos. Another
my Dragon's
one.
Rage, and now Raven is just gonna die. Now we see G-Force in action, and that just put back the 2 kills that they gave SSK.
What a move from G-Force 1.
What a play!
What a dancing move. Using the flash. Kick into the flash.
Wow.
To make sure that Raven does not have any way to react at all. Summoners has been burnt as well.
Yeah.
One thing to consider. And now G-Force 1 already has access to an item, but
Perfect execution. Rapunzel is still here,
Very
still
good
alive.
play.
Perfect execution is
Whoa.
still there. They have the damage shell. Blue Moon. I think too
1v3.
aggressive. That might not be a kill, but he can see first one for the action. Double kill is gonna come in, and this is gonna be the triple for him. Soul picking up the barrier. Sonic Wave is there to end it, and that's
wow,
gonna be good.
Laos is really turning things up, my man. They're so aggressive and now has 5 kills. First 5 minutes. Their target is now disrupted. WJ misses.
Oh wow, G-Force was able to dodge all the skills Raven was able to run away. WJ is still keeping tabs on where they're gonna go. GeForce 1 still just hitting on the tower, but they have the team here. SSK is at the ready. They do have the knock. Face's not gonna hit anybody except for JJJ. They have it. They got the steal right there. And GeForce 1 wants to get the kill. JK, they have the revenge. That light binding is gonna be there. And 3-4-0, or rather 3-4-2 on the board. Are they gonna get the kill here? JJJ doesn't have enough damage, and that's not gonna be enough. JJJ is just gonna die here. But Yanan is still trying to do some damage, but he does have the flash. I think this is not the fight you want to go for, but they lost a lot of lives just from that encounter.
Yeah, it's okay for me. I mean, this is an action-packed game that I signed up for and
15,
casting.
15 kills already.
15 kills already, 6 minutes. Sign me up on this one. But yes, Laos again, as surprising as they can be, they were able to secure the Rift Herald. It did actually go over to Blue Moon. Now Blue Moon would be summoning that Rift Herald onto the mid lane, and they can make a play for the dragon.
Yep, got from the Zed. That's perfect. Now, with this, they do have the opportunity to take the Drake. They do have the ultimates coming in. Not a lot of flashes to work with versus side of SGP. So this could be a chance for Laos to just take this easily. That's 2 objectives on their hands, but in trade for a mid lane turret, this might be hard. Enchanted Crystal Arrow was able to hit on 1. This is going to be a dead WJ. They're still racing after the members, but it's a good light binding to stop them on their tracks. And Laos was able to get 1.
King Kaido, with the time of his life on the top lane, I think he has the tower in the bag, and there you go.
Yeah.
First brick goes over to Singapore. But make no mistake, it still does feel that, Laos is taking advantage of all aggression that is available to them. Look at GeForce dancing with, he has his dancing shoes on, dodges a lot of skills, dodges the flash body slam coming from WJ, and Raven was found by Rapunzel, negating his impact straight away. A very good kick coming from GeForce 1, negates the steal attempt from SSK, and at the end of it all, yes, Raven was able to secure a couple of kills in return for Singapore. Still, Laos, I still feel that Laos did actually a good, good plan in the first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, and the 2-for-1 is already on the board after that instant replay. We haven't seen that happen, but 2-for-1 instilled the advantage of SGP. So far, they have been contesting this game. With what we were seeing from the side of Laos, it's good that we're seeing them fight against the SGP toe-to-toe when it comes to this fight, but Enchanted Crystal Arrow wasn't able to hit. But again, SGP is still taking over the gold advantage.
Yeah, I think one of the things that kind of weirds me out for the side of Laos is that this Ashe is actually stuck in the bot lane rather than, be put in the mid lane.
Yeah.
That he will have access to easier enchanted crystal arrows. And now Rapunzel, a 1v1.
Top side. Rapunzel does have the perfect execution. Ignite is sticking on the head of JK. He's burning. He's running away. He's not going to fan out that fire, but Laos is just going to be running away from this. Not a kill.
And now finally, they have decided to switch things up. Yana Tho is now on the mid lane. But just because of the fact that Yana Tho was left on his lonesome on the bot lane, SGP was able to get enough confidence to actually invade the red quadrant of Laos here. Now they're able to plant their vision and make a very aggressive play heading into whatever objective is next.
Yeah, and considering that it's also an Infernal Rift, they have a lot of opportunities to actually make it work if ever they're going to be engaging. So SGP, I like that I'm seeing, 5 people in the mid lane from both sides. But it's a good thing that, they just want to go for fights. And we haven't seen a lot more on prioritizing objectives on Laos. They just want fights.
I mean, if you actually look at the 5-man stack of both squads, I feel like SGP has the advantage if it comes down to an ARM game, right? I mean,
for sure.
I mean, they have long-range pokes, spammable skill coming from Lux. And so if you're Laos, yes, this objective is very important, but this is actually so different from what their agenda is and their win condition. That is to win side lanes, right? If you're able to win the side lanes, it will open up objective taking such as this.
Yeah.
Blue Moon.
Arrow. It's not going to be hitting though, but G-Force still has the Dragon Strange. But look at the damage coming from G-Force. Sonic Wing was going to be hitting, and that's going to be the death charge. Super low in HP, but look at the back line. Was able to hit SSK. Is going to be taking them down, and Dion and Throne doesn't have enough damage. Rapunzel here helping him out, but Dion and Throne is just going to fall in just a bit. But what Rapunzel was able to answer in kind, but it's still a 3-for-1. They're being chased down. They're on their tails. Soul is going to be here, but Rapunzel is there to help. The light binding is not going to hit, so this might be a chance for Rapunzel to do something, but not enough. He doesn't have enough items to do anything, and SGP just took over that fight.
I am so sad right now for Laos because they wanted to get that kill over to. They wanted to kill JK.
Yeah.
The very first few minutes of that interaction, and you can see Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses. Once it misses, it actually means that you have to go back. All the while, SGP's duo in the mid lane was already taking the tower. And the fact that SGP was able to take down the tower and also this fight is a huge boost to their win rate right now. Their win condition of, winning as 5 has just been cemented with how Laos has been performing. Laos has to remember that they have to play the side lanes and not be over aggressive.
Wait, what a play from G-Force, but not enough damage to do anything much because Soul might be able to take him down. The flash is there, range is going to be there with the hammer, and Soul is just going to fall, but still a good 2v1. He is still
Look
won.
at the red quadrant. Look at the red quadrant. There's another dive on the bot lane. And I think that's it. Oh no. Singapore is just mopping the floor. I think it's time for us to mention Dash on Twitter. There's a feel that Singapore has a firm hold on this game. Mountain Dragon next up on the menu. Wasito, WJ, again, the box out potential of this Gragas is at an all-time high. Ultimate still available, so explosive cast should always be there as an option for him. Mountain Dragon secured for SGP.
Yeah, SSK would have the Infinity Edge after he backs away here, so that's just a hard fight to be with, because with them having a Yone this fed, they can just take down a lot of dismembers from Laos because they're not that tanky. They're easy to take down. So this Yone is just going to be a menace to deal with. Look at the Fate Shield a while ago. That's 2 kills with just 1 Fate Shield. So even without 3 items, and now with 3 items, they're just going to be bursted down.
I think at this point, even if he misses almost all his Fate Shield, it doesn't matter. All he has to do is to go for some Soul Unbound action shenanigans. And the follow-through from Raven, Soul, and JK would always be there. Even WJ already has a very big item power spike. He has a completed Warmugs, which means that he can engage, go back, regen some health, and still be available in that particular long engages. Now, with the Mountain Dragon also added to SGP, more resistances, more defenses over to their squad, it's just going to be a lot harder for this early game composition of Laos to perform through.
That's crazy. Half HP with just 2 slashes. Fate Seal is going to be... What was that? That was close for comfort. He used the Fate Seal, was able to predict where JJJ is going to go. That's a really scary maneuver there.
Yeah, all but the goal, I guess. All but the kill. Still though, G4's what are you doing, SSK? SSK asserting his dominance, my favorite phrase, on the blue quadrant this time by Laos. And this is actually what we expected from the more experienced team. They know how to play the advantages, right? Very good body slam to cancel out the damage.
Yeah, Explosive Cast is there to pull him back. G-Force was forced away just because he was able to get pushed away from SGP. WJ is just getting a lot of value from this cast.
It's a very satisfying interaction, by the way. Body slam into the kick. By the Lisa. It actually cancels out a lot of damage.
SSK, JJJ is now low in HP, but SSK is still alive. Face Seal's not going to be hitting anybody.
Oh,
but he's not going to be enough with the back line, though. Rapunzel is at the ready. Perfect execution. Is not going to be killing SSK. Is still alive, but look at that. G-Force shuts him down, and JK is going to be the last one standing. Rapunzel, what a flash to actually dodge it. Killing spree for them, and they got a 3K.
It's so entertaining that we are forgetting that Laos is actually losing their base right now. So trying to get the hands of Yan and Thone. That's right. I mean, Singapore is playing the Wild Rift. Meanwhile, Laos is playing for kills. And to me, it's so entertaining. It's a bloody game so far. But truth be told, Singapore is still in the lead. The tempo is still on them. Good shutdown kills, though, from Laos. I have to give it to them.
Yeah, that's actually a good stat. The earlier they do this, the more chances they get to actually turn this thing around if ever they want to. I mean, they don't have a lot of opportunities for late game except for actually nobody. SSK has, SGP has SSK. So this Baron fight is all that it's gonna take. I just hope that Laos would use this 1v1s in their favor, because at 3 items, I believe that Nakali and the Zed would have an opportunity to fight against JK in Seoul. So I hope that they use this right now, but until now,
Yeah.
they're still wanting to go for a 5v5 fight, but now they were able to get the knock up on Rapunzel, and that's going to be pulling it back. Look at G-Force was cancelled with the
Arrow?
Dragon's Rage, and that arrow is not going to be hitting. That could force them away.
Although,
Oh
oh no! Sniped away from downtown, shutdown. Over to Rapunzel. WJ is not yet finished.
Yeah, Rapunzel, no more hairs to use. JK is going to fall down. That's going to be a 4v1. And this is still a possibility, though. 4v4 is still possible, but JJ is going to fall in this battle. And SGP just won the war.
Oh, what a snipe coming from Raven. I demand a replay from that. I didn't even see on the
was a
minimap as to how far that,
Yeah.
that distance or that final spark did actually travel. But now
This is easy.
G4 still is in the possession. This could be still a 50-50.
Yeah, Jet
Look at
Pistol
WJ.
Arrow was able to get the vision, though. They were able to get the knock up. Look at him,
Oh.
Blue Moon just going in. Just trying to get some vision for his teammate. But G-Force might be able to just force him away from this objective. 2-8 HP. They can still continue this. They have the soul unbound, but
Oh.
it's just going to be regenerating. That's a good reset for Laos.
True. And now in 25 seconds, Dragon will be respawning. That's going to be the Ocean? Yeah. There's
Yeah.
no more Cloud. That's going to be the Ocean Dragon. But Laos has decided to go for a pit stop. Taking their coffee here in the mid lane, was able to get the tower. Now in 10 seconds, the Dragon fight might happen here, Dash.
Yeah.
We are looking at a 6k gold deficit between Laos and Singapore. But Laos is not playing like they're on a deficit. They're playing as if they're in the lead. And that's why they're so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, now look at this. G-Force going to fall down with a pace seal to the final spark, getting
no.
2. And that's going to be the end of it for the side of Laos. I thought they're going to be getting the kill in SSK, but it's not going to be enough. Yan Antone and JJJ is just going to fall from that, and that's the ace for SGP.
There's no need for the Baron. I think this is the
They're
time
gonna
that SGP march down the mid lane and finish this game for themselves. Their first win was a 21-minute win, but this time they're content in just having a very shorter one in 18 minutes.
Ending the Nexus, SGP just won that fight. Laos, they had promise, they had the chances, they got the kills, but they weren't able to win the game. And SGP just took the cake in the end.
I feel, even though Laos lost that game, it was still so entertaining to watch. I just hope that, Laos still plays to their identity. I think they have to be reminded that regardless of them being able to outmaneuver and outplay, the opposing team, they still have to stick to their win condition. And I feel, when they drafted the Ashe, you have to win the side lanes.
Yeah.
Did they play for the side lanes? They did not. They played for the 5v5, in where SGP was able to outmaneuver, out-macro this team. Micro, thumbs up for Laos. Macro still has a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, and the key goal of the composition of SGP is that they want to go for fights, because they want to go and use their AoEs in their favor. They have a lot of tools to work with for that, and that's why during the 5v5 fights, yes, we're seeing some cracks in their armor, because the sheer damage of the composition right there of Laos is just too strong in the early game. But in the late game, we saw it. They want to go for 5v5, they just lost. They weren't able to do anything much.
Yep. It just shows the experience advantage of
Yeah,
Singapore
that's true.
as a group. Again, these guys, they're the bronze medalists of the last SEA Games for a reason. It was not a fluke. Definitely not. I think, for the battle for bronze, they were facing against Malaysia, and they were able to win that one out. And winning against Malaysia, especially in Wild Rift, is also a feat that has to be up there, right? The Malaysian squad features Ozora, Vicky, and company. So this group of guys from Singapore, although they're not playing together in one boot camp, they can still handle the business, and they know how to play Wild Rift.
Yeah, I like that. Whenever it comes down to it, SSK is just gonna pull the miracle for the team during the early stages of the game. A 2-0 is enough to say that game's done. Game's done already, even before it started with a 2-0. And with the Yone just traversing the first item, getting that before the first objective. Yes, they lost the first two objectives, but it didn't really matter in the end for SGP because they just used the macros during most of that time. But I want to see the highlights because there are a lot of highlights that I want to see during this fight.
I hope the operator did save a lot of space in the hard drive. This is actually one of the more unfortunate things to start off the game.
Yeah.
JJJ flashing in was not able to hook anyone. And that flash in, if you go for that risky play, the punishment would just be too severe. First blood goes over to SGP. This was the very good play coming from GeForce One, dodging almost everything and winning the team fight in the process.
Yeah, and one of the things that is the punishment that we've seen there from the side of Laos, they took too long here. Because they took too long, this was the punishment that we've seen. And it's a good thing that we saw them actually taking the referral there because they lost a lot of people here. But taking the referral was pretty important in this first objective.
Yep. I mean, look at this. This has just been the story of the game for JJJ. Almost, but not quite. Almost, I don't know. It's like the story of my game as well on most ones. And JJJ again leaving a couple of members on 1 HP did actually flip the game over to SGP. This is one of the better fights for Laos. They were behind 7k and it didn't matter. Well, they had the man advantage. They were facing against 3 people. But you could see that they still have the mechanics. They can actually kill people left and right. It just so happened that SGP is more advantaged or more experienced and can play the macro as well.
Yeah, they can play around it. And I that's what I like about this team for SGP. They know how to play around the macros. They know how to play around the map. They're taking the fights that they know they're going to win. Because I think most of the fights are gonna win because if it's an AoE battle, if it's a 5v5 battle, they know they're gonna win. That's why they're challenging them on a 5v5 every time. Because even if they lose, they're still gonna win in the end, and they're still gonna be taking advantage.
A couple of things that needs to be mixed up here and there for Laos. Now, I think it will still be us casting the game between Laos and Cambodia.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, that would be the 9th game. Heading into the last game between Singapore and the Philippines. So, guys, in the comment section, let us know if you think that Laos would win that matchup or Cambodia. But before that, there would still be another game. And the next game would be between Vietnam and Cambodia. And again, this is still a David versus Goliath matchup.
Yeah.
I know that we are into references here. We have Rapunzel and everything, but
Yeah.
we're saying as it is, that this is going to be an uphill battle, especially for Cambodia facing against one of the favorites in the tournament.
Yeah. And again, with Cambodia, I do hope that they would be able to do something here. I mean, I had my hopes. I had my hopes from Laos, but this one, Vietnam versus Cambodia, way harder to actually pull off. But Cambodia, a while ago during their fight against Singapore, was a really close one. It's still a really close game. It's just that Raven just popped up during the most important moments. That's why he was able to get the win for the team there. But there were some opportunities for Cambodia. And right now, this is what I like about round robins, right? There are opportunities, but most of the time, they don't come to fruition whenever it comes down to them playing.
I think, just a couple of more polished plays for the side of Laos. It could be our 4th team to join the final stage. I know that Cambodia would be the home team, and it will be a lot more exciting to have them join us for the final stage, which is going to happen on Sunday, by the way. But on eye test, just from that alone, I feel that Laos has the raw skill to actually win some games.
Yeah.
They're picking the Lee Sin, they're picking the Zed, they're picking the Akali. They want to win the early, win the side lanes, and go from there. But SGP presents the challenge. You're right. Raven's Lux was actually very good as well.
Yeah.
But the only gripe I have on that is that he did not pick Zeri, but play the Lux. I hope the next game that we see from Raven would be a marksman. because that would go for the delight of our viewers as well as we look into the stats between the two teams.
Yeah, with the stats, you can definitely see SSK. SSK was just really strong during this game. Even if the target was JJJ, probably the tankiest member of the team, he just went down pretty fast. 2 hits, 2 basic attacks from SSK. That was enough to put him to half HP. That just says how ahead SSK was during that second to the last fight.
Will this be 2 MVPs for SSK? I firmly believe so, because after this performance, it's almost certain that he will be getting the MVP, which
Yeah, I
means
think
that
so.
2 of the
Yeah.
wins of Singapore features SSK as the MVP, and rightfully so, right? Again, when talking about Shin Sakai, he's like the heart and soul, the shot caller, everything about Singapore. Like in Blue Lock, I feel that he's the Isagi, trying to read the map, blah blah blah, making the plays, and would also be going for the killing blow. So yeah, SSK is your MVP. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at that pose.
Actually, that's what I like about Isagi. Most of Isagi, sorry,
No.
but SSK having direct shots, right? The direct shots is what he has in his favor, and whenever he has that opportunity, he's gonna use it, and he's not gonna hesitate to use that in against the enemy team. So. Yeah, I would want to see a lot more from Singapore, and I hope that they would be able to turn up a lot more, because on the second round robin, I do believe that they have more opportunities to play around how they're going to be using SSK, or at least how SSK is going to use the team to net them a win.
Yeah, I mean, he can play utility, he can play carries, but mostly on carries actually. He can play the Rengar, he can play the Kazakhs. Earlier we saw him Gragas AP on an AP Gragas, but now on this Yone, facing against a more aggressive jungler in the Lee Sin. We did discuss this earlier, Dash. Again, if you pick up winning lanes, it will be a lot easier for the jungle to perform, because there's no pressure for him at all. He's going to just farm his camps, wait for that 1 item power spike, and go for that big blow. The Fate Shield, all the other damage potential coming from the Yone would actually match with the aggression of this season. But anyway, Dash.
Yeah, and that's going to be it, everybody. We're just going to be taking a short break before we head into our 8th game of the day. The 8th game of the day is going to be between Vietnam versus Cambodia. Everybody, thank you very much. Don't go away. We're just going to be taking a short break before we head into the next game. My name is Dash, and I was here with Otto. See you guys in just a bit.
First blood. Blue team. Red team champion.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 8th game of the day. This is gonna be third to the last, third to the last of our games for
Yeah.
today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Nautilus, and we're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. And this is gonna be Vietnam versus Cambodia, and it's gonna be another David versus Goliath story. Nautilus.
Yeah, we kind of had an entry already for this that Cambodia has to face against the nemesis or against one of the favorites in the Vietnam. We all know that Vietnam is fielding the roster of Cerberus Esports.
Yep.
And to the information of everyone, the current standing of Vietnam, I believe, is at 2-1.
Yep.
They were able to win against Laos. They were also able to win against Singapore, but they lost to the Philippines. And so now, if they want to improve their record past 500, they would have to win this and get that 3-1 record. Meanwhile, on the other side, no wins as of yet for Cambodia. Currently at 0-2, they would have a back-to-back game from in this game number 8 and game number 9. So there's actually a chance for them to at least get one win for themselves.
Yeah, I hope if they ever lose against Vietnam today, this won't push them away or stray away from a win against Laos on the next game, because this could build momentum, which is really gonna be nice for Cambodia if ever they're fighting against Laos. But ninth game, that's something to look forward to. I want to see that. Cambodia versus Laos. Who's gonna get their first win? That's what I want to see in this round robin.
I think, a couple of our commenters has been present since game number 1. So huge shout out to all that is currently supporting the stream, especially this English one brought to you by, of course, VNG and Riot Games. So if you haven't shared the stream, I know that there was, a small restream that did happen midway. But we actually have a new stream. So you might need to share again on your social media that we are still live in action. We still have 3 games in store for everyone.
Yeah, we do have a lot of games still. I hope that everybody is ready for this next game that's going to be coming up. It's really hype. This 9th game is going to be hype. This 8th game is going to be hype.
Yeah.
It's still a David versus Goliath story. But the last David versus Goliath story that we have seen...
The Philippines versus Laos?
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice to see. That was really hype. That was... It's like you're having this you're watching the protagonist of an anime lose their first battle, right? Like it's like how it happened, because Laos was close, but Singapore was just the better team in the end there.
Yeah, I mean Laos back-to-back losses. Philippines and Singapore would have to go back to the drawing board. And as you said, we're talking about protagonists. None better than Cambodia, that will also be the house or the home of the upcoming SEA Games that is going to happen on May. A lot of people are actually a little bit confused as to what this tournament really is. CEC 2023 is a continuation of what has been happening on a yearly basis. I believe we did have CEC 2021, in where we saw, I think at that time, Team Clash winning the whole tournament, winning the championship. And there was a female division to that, in where Grand Sky Ares did actually win as well. So, CEC 2023 is just what we call a warm-up tournament heading into the SEA Games that everyone is imploring about. The SEA Games will happen on May. Do not worry. I believe, our good friends from the VNG would have a broadcast for that, and we hope that there would also be an English broadcast for that as well.
Yeah, I do hope that, because the SEA Games is gonna be honestly SEA Games is gonna be fun too, because with the teams that we're seeing today, we're probably gonna be seeing them the next time during the SEA Games too. So I hope to see more of this tournaments, especially an English broadcast for the international fans that we have out there for the SEA. But again,
they're listening, Dash, so louder, please, louder.
Yeah. I hope they're hearing this out there in the studio. I hope you're hearing what we're saying. So please have a broadcast for a good broadcast.
I know. Yeah, fun times. Casting Wildrive has always been a pleasure, not just for me, but also for my partner here Dash. And just the game prior to this one, it's an action-packed game in where at 5 minutes or at 6 minutes, there were a total of like 15 kills already, which is something that, most of us are really rooting for. We want bloody action games. And yeah, we are a fan of macro too, but at least add a little bit more action to that by going
Yeah.
for kills left and right. And I feel that Vietnam is also very aggressive. Again, looking at the roster of both squads, we will be showing you the roster of Vietnam at least in the first two games that they played. They did not use any substitution. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
And so Meliodas will still be the star of the show for Vietnam.
Yeah, and again, for Vietnam, that's gonna be one of the things that they need to look at for the side of Cambodia, because this player Meliodas is just such a good jungler, and we have seen Genza too. Genza has been the MVP twice now, just because of the Zoe, also because of the Karma that he played a while ago. So yeah, if ever they're gonna be banning something, they should also ban Genza. They need to think about how Genza is gonna be drafted for this next games.
I mean, there's a lot of players that you have to think about when facing against Vietnam. Even the Philippines team has to plan twice, thrice against this group of guys. I feel that not just in Wild Rift but also in the League of Legends ecosystem, Vietnam has always been the number one here in Southeast Asia, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
now this roster stack of Vietnam, it's featuring Meliodas that did actually come from League of Legends PC as well. He was a champion in that particular league as well. But hey, you know what? Cambodia is not here to be left on dry. They will be fielding M Sing and Fake AD. So yeah, Jim, Ken, and Rin would be playing right now. So there will be another substitution for the side of Cambodia.
Yeah, and okay, they're experimenting quite a bit here. So substitution has happened. So with this lineup that they're gonna be having, I hope that they're gonna be drafting it well. They have played a lot of games all together now. They played twice now, so I hope they adapted for the drafting of the next ones. They did their homework, I hope, for this particular matchup for the side of Vietnam. So what I think is gonna be a priority here for the side of Cambodia is that they don't want Genza to be happy, because whenever Genza is happy, everyone is happy. Because
What?
yes, Meliodas is strong, BM is strong, he's just gonna be following
Uh-huh.
the waves. But when Genza is strong, everybody's there.
Of course. I mean, Genza has been like a steady rock for Vietnam. Even if he's playing the AD or the utility Karma, Lux, or maybe even the Zoe, as you then mentioned, things are looking up for Vietnam. So we'll see if Cambodia would be playing towards denial of Genza's champion pool here. Because again, the problem still persists. Yes, you ban away Genza, but how about the others? Like, you still have Meliodas. You still have Y1 that was coined from Yone. So that, he's very comfortable in using that. There's a Riven, there's a Camille. There's a lot of champions that Vietnam can actually really use well.
Yeah, and that's what I'm afraid of, though, because they do have a lot of champions that they can use. They do have a lot of bannable champions that I think is always going to be banned. For example, the Ashe, the Jace, and even the Yone, as we said, is also going to be bannable for Cambodia. But because, yes, there's a champion ocean for most of the players in Vietnam, it's not possible to ban everyone. Just ban one. Ban one.
Just
Ban
just
ban one person.
ban one player. I feel.
Yeah.
Or ban standard, which is what they're doing right now. They're banning away the Camille. Actually, just to give you or give our viewers a reminder, I am actually in awe of how Cambodia has been drafting. The past two losses that they suffered, they played Wukong in the Baron lane. I feel that if the Wukong was on the mid lane, it will be a lot more easier to do, or maybe even on the jungle.
Yeah.
And now M Sing has to stay on his foot. It has to stay on his ground. He has to defend the Baron lane to a point that Y1 won't be able to penetrate through. Because in the past two games that Cambodia played, the Baron side difference has been so glaring that Cambodia did actually lose the map or lose the game on the top side of the map.
Yeah. So this top side for Cambodia is going to be one of the problems. Why one is such a great player. Look at that. Look at what they're doing. Because they knew the problem was there. They're banning a lot of potential champions that could be picked on the top side. The Camille is going to be banned. So that leaves you not a lot of options here on the top side, except for if they want a safe lane, a Garen could be used for the side of Cambodia so that M Sing would not have a problem fighting in lane. But Vietnam has a lot more options. The Jace is possible, but they went in for the Fiora for the first pick.
I'm liking this. Actually, any pickup for Vietnam would still be a good for me because again, with how flexible this five set of guys are,
Yeah.
you can expect whatever they pick, they would be able to maximize its potential. Having the Fiora, you're saying that if whoever you're going to pick in the silence who will have to be able to answer to that. Jace is also that one champion that can be answered by the Fiora just because she has the ability to gap close. Yes, in the first few levels, you'll have a lot more harder time because of the range advantage of the Jace. But once you actually get that level 4 spike on your lunges, once you have enough cooldowns available for you, then it will be a lot easier for him to or for her to deal with the Jace. But now Cambodia is going to augment that further by going for the Lee Sin that will be answered straight away by the Aatrox.
Yeah, and now with the Aatrox to the Lee Sin, the early game is not going to be a problem here. I mean, the Aatrox gets stronger in the mid game, but the Lee Sin to the Jace is such a welcome sight if ever they want to snowball the early stages. So that's going to be a potential chance here for Cambodia. They could pick the Zed up if they want to cancel out this Akali pick that is gonna be here. A Renekton is also available so that this Akali could get shut down, and that's what I like. But they went in for the a lot riskier option, which is the Zed.
Yeah, fighting fire with fire, going for the Zed, going for the Lee Sin and Jace. Almost
Wow.
all. I mean, the three champions that they have. Yes, you're right. It's out. It's ouch, right? And they
Yeah.
don't have crowd control though, which means that Cambodia has to focus on getting a crowd control support. Maybe the Alistar, maybe the Gragas, maybe the Galio. And did you know that it's going to be a lot easier for people to use Alistar nowadays because of the
Yep.
quality of life
Yeah.
changes, right?
Yeah.
The double tap mechanic that was only available to Jarvan before is now
Yep.
available to Alistar as
Yeah.
well. So it's going to be a lot harder to miss out on that pulverized headbutt combo. So none of those comedic,
Headbutt,
pulverized into
The
nothing.
pulverized too
I
late.
headbutt
Yeah.
into nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so it looks like the Cambodia is banning away some engagers as well. They're taking away the Nautilus. Meanwhile, Vietnam is the one to ban away the utility supports. They're banning away the locks and also the Karma.
Yeah, and I like this Desolation getting banned. The Ziggs is available though for Cambodia if ever they need some bit of CC, or rather some bit
And
of
AP.
AP damage that they would need. They do have a wave clear from the Jace already, and doubling down on it is not really that bad. But Vietnam,
Okay.
if ever they're gonna be picking, I'm not sure if Zoe is the best for Genza. I do believe that the Ziggs is still okay because these champions don't have wave clear. All of them for the first three picks for Vietnam.
True, and Ziggs is still that champion. What I call the defense minister. Good
There
catch on that dash. That's going to be the Ziggs pickup coming from Vietnam. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Going for the Ziggs here gives them, the defense minister in the mid lane, allowing for the side lane to at least be on a stalemate, right? If you control the mid lane, you are fast to react to whatever engages going to happen on the side lane, and that's been the name of the game, right?
Yep.
Mid priority is almost always going to be key for any team. And now augmenting, because they don't have crowd control here for Vietnam, so going for the Rakan does actually make a lot of sense. They need a hard CC, and that is where Rakan comes in.
I was expecting the Gragas, honestly, but they went in for the Rakan first, which is really surprising. They really just want to go in because if ever the perfect execution is there, it's easy to just tether onto the Akali if ever they would need, then quickness to the Grand Entrance. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense if ever they need a bit of CC. They don't even need to go front to back with this composition because everybody's dashing in and out. So yeah, good catch there. I think the Rakan is great.
Yeah, and all that Genza needs to do is to make sure that he will be
He chose the Mega
A-okay.
Inferno bomb.
The back, Mega
Yeah.
Inferno bomb. Job's done.
Yeah,
I mean, for
you're
him. For Cambodia though, the biggest wild card will be the Skorky. Again, we've seen Dewa from Indonesia carry
yeah.
games multiple times on the Corki.
Yeah.
That was not too long ago. That was just a couple of weeks ago, so it was still fresh on the memory. But now, fake AD would be given an AD champion,
Hey.
which is a fake AD actually,
Yeah,
because most of
that's true.
the damage of the Corki is AP.
Actually, because of the rework during the last time, I think all of the damage of Corki is AP. So it's actually fake AD. So
It is fake AD,
Yeah.
indeed.
I like this draft too from the side of Cambodia, because what they can do here is just to take over the early game. They have an insurance for the late game for the Corki, so they can really make a lot of waves once they win this first objective.
Sure, and now Cambodia is trying to mix things up, but leaving fake AD to face against two people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be as punishing, but eyes on the mid lane, because if the mid lane gets priority early, Jim would have an easier time to pass towards the scuttle grab, and this could be a potential 2-for-2 scuttle grabs for Cambodia. Now Akeno sniffs out the rotation coming from Rin, and is going to match it with a 2v2 here in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is always gonna be the manner, right? It's like everybody's just going to the mid lane or everybody's going to the Baron lane just for them to gain an advantage in that lane. Grand entrance is being used. Body slam is to stop them from their tracks. Not gonna be pushing forward after that, so I think that's gonna be a trade won by Cambodia.
And then Jim, being in the area first, could
Ooh,
actually
this
try
is
to
smart.
steal this blue buff. Did he get spotted?
He got spotted. That's why he pulled it. But now, he's going to go in. He wants to go for the fight. The knockup's going to be there. Ren was ignited. His hand is burning. He's not going to continue with that. Jim is in a bit of trouble here. But they do have a 2v2. They might have enough damage. Akeno, the Shock Blast, was not able to get enough damage right there. Jim is going to be running away, but to the skies is enough damage. Half HP on a lot of members from the side of Vietnam.
Good dodge.
And that's going to be the
Akeno
first blood on the other side. But look at that. The shuriken flip is going to be the punish right there.
No!
Y1, low HP.
Y1?
They do have it. Yeah.
Okay.
The launch is going to be there to get a 2-for-1.
Yes, that's indeed a 2-for-1 in favor of Cambodia, but Y1 not yet
Scary.
done.
Yeah.
He's very
doesn't have
aggressive.
the flash. He wants to
Wow!
go in. What was that damage? And that's going to be a 2-for-3 at least. That's good.
Yeah, and the Scuttle Crab going over to Meliodas. This 1v1 in the bot lane still is happening.
Yeah.
No one should die on paper, right?
Yeah,
Between the Ziggs and the Corki, there should be no casualty at all. But a very aggressive first
ghosted.
few minutes. Genza is
What?
on Ghost. Boom!
What?
Oh, forces the flash!
What was that? He ghosted
Alpha
for
Chad
that.
Sigma Genza!
Yeah.
I like the play. I like the play.
He didn't have any vision though, and he used the Mega Inferno bow as if he knew that he's gonna be staying there to go for a recall. And now, top side, all eyes on M Sing. Doesn't have
Oh,
any flashes,
no.
doesn't have any ignite, does have the tower with him. Is that gonna be helping him out though? Because the damage is just being taken by Akeno.
Akeno?
Low HP,
Ooh.
and this is gonna be the kill. Y1 is
Y1?
gonna be running away. 1 HP too!
Oh.
But double kill happened!
Double kill!
What was that? Cambodia gets kills!
M Sing with the magic, singing to the praises of his name. 13k already in favor of Cam. And again, Cambodia, I'm just so excited because with the way they're playing this, they're posing a threat against this Vietnamese squad. So far, Vietnamese has been slow and steady with their approaches into the game. But this is on a different level. You're gifting kills left and right to Cambodia. You're actually gifting tempo as well to an early game composition that has just one insurance in the Koriki. So if you're a fan of Cambodia, you need this. You want this to happen.
And it's happening right now. I like that M Sing just got 3 kills on the board already. With the Hull Breaker, it's not going to be an easy lane for Y1, but I like what I'm seeing for both of our teams, right? 8 kills on the board, not as explosive as the last game, but they are finding kills, and they're trying to.
True. Ken trying to sniff out. And this is actually a time for them to go for rotations. It's kind of unorthodox for Ken to path using the river. But that's okay. The goal is for the Zed to be on the bot lane and have fake AD and Rin man the mid lane. Now Jim still has the ability to make a play here. Flash available, ultimates available. Can
Ooh,
they
can
go for a dive against Y1?
Yeah, Y1 doesn't have any vision, so this is going to be a
Ooh.
problem that they need to think
Very
about.
good sniff.
They do have it. Don't have any minions to work with.
But they have to
So
be careful.
Cambodia's gonna
Akeno
be
is on
forced
his
here.
way.
Yeah, Akeno's here. Do have the quickness to the grand entrance at the ready. But their objective is still not here. They went in for the grand entrance, but they're not going to be committing anytime soon. Too far for Meliodas. This Rip Herald is going to be up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and that's a very awkward recall timing for fake AD.
Yeah.
Just because he needed to go back to get that package. I believe that the package is already on him right now. Yep, there you go. The biggest wild card of them all, the package usage of a Corki in the first 5-minute team fight that can happen any minute now here, Dash.
it all comes down to how Fake AD uses this. If he's gonna be laying down the carpet, Vietnam should be careful if they ever start this Rift Herald. That's why they're waiting for a chance to pounce, a chance for an opportunity. But Vietnam is not going to be taking that opportunity at all because they were afraid of the package tearing them up.
There you go. Akeno might die here.
Yeah, he does have the back away. Shield's going to come in. They have the Dragon's Rage.
Oh,
Genza
he
still
still lives.
survives. Still alive though. Cambodia still wants to go for a fight. They're still taking this. Look at the chance here. Look at them, Jim,
No!
trying to go
His
right
Vengeance!
in there, and they're not going to be taking anything else except for the death. Vietnam takes one.
What is happening? I mean, why is Jim over there on that side of
Not,
the map?
not sure.
He
too.
was with, he was with no one. Maybe with Casper the Ghost or something. But yeah, there's like no reason at all to be on that side of the map. And he was easily squandered by Vietnam.
Yeah.
And again, jungler down means a free objective over to their side. Looks like that we'll have a 2v1.
Yeah, they do have the knock up. They were able to pull
With
him back,
flash.
but M Sing forced the flash away. No Rift Heralds on site. Jim has a Rift Herald though. He can use that in the mid lane because everybody's on the side lanes.
Yep, but the defense minister is
There you
actually
go.
coming up right there.
Oh, Mega Inferno.
We know that Genza is on the Ziggs. It's going to be a lot harder for them to secure this tower. And there you go. Vietnam was able to defend the tower in the mid lane. Meanwhile, M Sing using the Rift Herald not to its maximum potential as of yet because there's no cannon minion in the area.
Oh.
Big AD. Rin?
Had the ultimate though.
Rin?
Doesn't have any riposte.
No!
What was that? He was able to dodge everything. And Rin just need to hit one. That is a good thing that Y1 still survived that. And with this, Vietnam still is on the gold advantage, even though that we see 3 plates being taken there by the side of Cambodia.
Yeah, what mechanics shown by Y1? I mean, I don't mean to say this, but it looks like that he was better than scripters. At
Yeah.
that point. I mean, dude.
That was a big
dodging
AoE. He was able
I
to
know,
dodge it.
He was able to predict what Rin was thinking. He knew that Rin would go for the explosive task right away. And I'm not 100% sure if the riposte was actually available. I feel that it's not going to be available at that particular
Yeah.
time. But it's actually a little bit more surprising that Fake AD was winning the side lane against the Fiora.
Yeah.
I think it's because of the range advantage. But then again, yeah, Y1 has been the focal point of Cambodia's attack.
Oh.
And look here, whenever they
Spotted.
see Y1, he's not going to be
Yeah.
left by his lonesome. He's being targeted over and over again by Cambodia.
Yeah. And look at what the answer here is for Vietnam. Because they were able to take down the bottom lane turret, that's a first turret, that's a big win. But Vietnam is going to be answering in kind, and that's a top tower that they want to take here. So this is a good stabilizer
Right, yeah.
for Vietnam. I like the way that they played this. They waited for someone to go for an opportunity to fight. But Cambodia, they're fighting on par with Vietnam.
I know. I mean, if you're Cambodia, of course, you still want to at least have a 1k gold lead
Yeah,
at this
that's
point
true.
of the game because of the early game nature of your lineup. But you would take this again, facing against a Vietnam. Nothing's for free. Everything has to be given.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for a trade. I think Y1 is going to be dead here. Dragon's Rage is used to the death mark. He still is buying a lot of time for them to do something else, and that's going to be a kill for Cambodia. That's a 1-for-1. Top lane has been taken too.
True, but the thing here is, if you look at the position of the wave, Vietnam had no chance to actually push down the second tier tower. As we look into the replay, we can see the Fake AD
Oh.
playing the side lane, being like double lift, and not
Yeah.
playing the mid lane. And then that's the problem, right? I mean, there is a reason why you opt for the Zed to be on the side lane, you opt for the Jace to be on the side lane, because they should be a lot more safer compared to this marksmen that are just so fragile. And it's just one combo away from dying. Now Meliodas is setting his sights over to the Rift Herald. This
He's too
could
strong
be
now.
a very big fight.
Yeah, I think it's too strong now at this point. They're not even going to be able to contest this for Cambodia, and Vietnam is slowly just taking over. This is how it always goes whenever it comes down to this games that we've seen so far for Laos a while ago, now for Cambodia. One of the problems is even though they take advantage when it comes to kills, they still aren't able to translate it into any effective gold that could potentially swing it in their favor.
We are just going to enter a very short pause here Dash, which is unfortunate because I'm already immersed into that game. I feel
Yeah.
it's anyone's game. It's anyone's game, really. I know that you did make a very good point. Meliodas is slowly creeping up. This Aatrox is starting to become a monster, or the monster that we are so much scared of. But Cambodia still has this win condition that feel, one good team fight for them could actually net them a goal lead, potentially a big objective that could actually help them win.
Yeah, they can definitely be wiped off the map. Just one mistake here from the side of Cambodia, but Vietnam too. With what we've seen a while ago from their lineup for Vietnam, just one mistake. The Akali that we've seen, the Zed, is just really scary to deal with. So I
Yeah.
hope that Cambodia would find some answers here for the next minutes of the game that we're having. Because Aatrox too, Meliodas is really fed. Meliodas is really strong. So during the next fight, the objective fight that we're gonna be seeing is gonna be the next dragon fight. So that
Yeah.
is when we see who's actually winning.
Yeah, World Ender, Aatrox, 2 items, Meliodas being the pilot of it all. It's just a scary sight to behold. But also, I love to give credit where it's due. Cambodia going for the game plan of attacking and targeting Y1 over and over again. We see like 1, 2, 3 times in where dives has been made to go against this guy. Luckily for Y1, his record was not too shabby. I believe his record prior to the pause was 3, 2, and 1. So he's not being slowed down at all. Yes, he's being attacked, which means that he has to surrender the pressure on that particular side of the map, and the tower will be left defenseless. But he's still farming well to his standards, and a late game Fiora is also a very scary sight to behold.
Yeah, and a late game Fiora is to the late game. Fiora is just gonna be a menace to deal with, especially on a 1v1, and you're not gonna be winning against that. But again, we have seen it time and time again. It's really hard to push whenever you're fighting against the Ziggs, and that's why during most of our games, during the last 7 games that we had, Ziggs is always banned because Ziggs is such a monster in wave clear, and that's why until now the mid lane of Vietnam is still standing tall because they can't even take it over.
I know. That Ziggs and being able to defend mid lane towers, it's like, I'm going back to what I have always discussed whenever Ziggs gets picked up. 14 minutes is the threshold. If your mid lane first tier tower is alive by the 14-minute mark, then as a Ziggs, you've done your part to
Yeah.
defend that tower. If it gets broken apart, especially prior to 10 minutes, then, chances are your team is in a very huge deficit. And that's how Ziggs is played, especially on Wild Rift. Just clear out the waves, clear out the minions, and wait for your scaling champions to scale up.
Yeah, and right now with the difference right here of the difference maker is how this these assassins are going to be playing it out on the next stage of the fight that we're going to be having. Are they going to be able to assassinate Genza and fake AD to mitigate the damage that they have been dealing on this bigger fights? Because at that time, they do have the package too. So that's 2 big AoEs that they need to think about before they start any one of these fights that's going to come out.
Yeah. Jim and Rin would be the focal point of that particular ask coming from Dash. Because if they want to assassinate BMM or even Genza, they have to do it at the backs, or they have to rely on Rin's engages or maybe even Jim's engage. Anyway, Ocean Dragon has already respawned here, has already spawned here, Dash, and this could be a big fight. Akena going in.
Yeah, Keno does have the knock up a while ago, but the Living Shadow has been used already by Ken, and he's half HP. But now he was able to get some Honey Fruit at the side.
Ooh,
They
good
had the
kick.
Dragon Stage, was able to get onto tree, but they're not going to be continuing anytime soon. They do have the chances, though. They had the perfect execution available. That's going to be the quickness. They got the kill onto BMM, and one is going to fall down. Ken uses the Death Mark to run away from the fight, and he's still surviving for so long. He's going to be running away and dead
Almost.
right in the water, but Meliodas deals so much damage, and he got the takedown too
No.
onto M Sing, and that's going to be the cleanup crew. Look at this, Y1 is going to be the janitor right here. He's going to be cleaning up everybody. They're going to fall, and Meliodas still has the World Ender, and that's going to be the ending, the dreams right here, the world of Cambodia, and that's Ocean Drake going to be taken.
And this is what we were talking about. This is what you're scared, right? Meliodas slowly creeping up when it comes to his items, and at 2 items with the World Ender available to him, it was an instant death to the lineup of Cambodia. As we look into the start of this fight, very good Dragon's Rage, but the question was, where was the follow-up? Not all, or the Cambodian members were not ready to follow up that very good engage coming from Jim. And Meliodas being this tanky, being this healthy, just means one thing. Press on forward, clean them up, kill them all, and we would get the ace.
Yeah, even if it was a 3v1 during that last stage of that fight, Meliodas was able to hold off his own. And that was something to show.
Oh,
And
Amaranth.
looking at, Amaranth. He has the Amaranth already. So with this, Cambodia is going to have a hard time taking this very tanky, very sustainable Aatrox.
I mean, if it was hard during his 2-item power spike, how about now?
Yeah.
That he was able to build the most disgusting item in patch 4.1, which is Amaranth.
Yeah.
But we'll see, though. I mean, I've seen miracle plays happen. Cambodia, though, slowly letting go of the grip that they have on this game, and you could see that what was once 1K gold lead has now ballooned to 6K. That's Vietnam for you guys.
Yeah, and look at Meliodas with the confidence. Look at how tanky he is. Everybody's not dealing any damage against him.
Oh,
and
no.
whenever he's trying to move forward. So that just says a lot about the state of the game. Cambodia is not going to be taking down that Aatrox anytime soon until they take
Nope.
their third item.
I mean, if they are able to take down Meliodas, I feel that the rest of the party from Vietnam would be able to do their job and actually clean all the members of Cambodia in return. So for me, Vietnam, this is their game to lose. All they have to do is to play it safe. Not really safe, but just play it methodical, go for objectives, and try to force team fights. Because at this point, if there will be a blown team fight, a 5v5 between these two teams, I expect Meliodas to just go on a mission to tear down all the members of Cambodia.
Yeah, they need to go for a pickup here. Because if they won't be able to get a pick-off on anybody on Vietnam, they're not going to be getting any shutdown goals. That could totally swing the game in their favor if ever they're going to be fighting it. Because looking at what Vietnam is doing right now, they're not looking for fights. They're just looking for a chance to push. And that's why Cambodia, as long as they don't do anything, Vietnam is just going to be keeping this face.
True. Taking away the resources, taking away the prompts, the blue buffs, the red buffs, and slowly taking away the space that you can breathe.
Oh, wow, they have that. The Grand Challenge is there. Do have the Dragon's Rage pushing him back, but here comes Meliodas. Gonna go in, doesn't even care. No damage with the Mega Inferno Bomb. 3 points for Genza.
Look at this guy.
And Fake AD is just going to be moving forward, trying to do some damage, but the tower is stealing so much, and that's going to be the death mark. Meliodas might fall down here. He has a mark on his head. He's going to fall, and this might be the chance. Ken is going to get the shutdown goals. Fake AD is still here. They have the TPs coming in. Y1 is going to be moving here, and that's going to be the damage that they're looking forward to. PMM is here, and that's going to be the perfect execution to get the kill, and that's 3-for-1 in favor of Vietnam.
Yeah, Meliodas died in the process, and that's actually a win for Cambodia. But those moral victories does not get them the battle wins or the war wins that they need right now. The gold still is in favor of Vietnam. Look at Y1. Montage moments coming from him.
What
a
was
1v2, not a problem.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Ken wants to go some damage, not even gonna follow suit with Y1. And look at how fast Y1 played that, right? The one Grand Challenge was able to pop 2 vitals.
Clean.
That was just so fast.
And that's what we call Pog moment, right?
Yeah.
Pog. Like, my
Very big
man.
Pog.
Yeah, it's like me, but 10 times faster. Wawa is just so good in playing this highly mechanically gifted mechanically skill cap champion. And that 1v1 between Y1 and Jim just shows that Jim wanted to go for the kill, but was responded with a reality check that, hey, you know what, at this point, your reason is not very scary at all.
Yeah. And 1-4-5 right now. And at this point, he's not going to be making any big plays unless his Dragon's Rage is there to push everyone or pull anyone to his team. But now with another kill on the board, M. Singh is missing. He's dead.
Oh no. And in 14 seconds, there will be another objective to spawn up in the game. That's going to be the Mountain Dragon. Vietnam with 3 dragons will just be ultra scary. Now Meliodas has access to the 4th item. He's actually one of the, I would say, greediest junglers that we've ever seen in Southeast Asia. He wants to get those, not just the jungle camps, but also the lane minions, because you could actually see. It's unfortunate that we don't see the CS count or the creep score count, but you can actually see that Meliodas is farming the side lanes as well, and
Yeah.
now has access to 4 items. Now has a Sterak's Cage. So Sterak's plus Amaranth, and plus the overall kit by Meliodas. I think it's safe to say that Meliodas has approached the raid boss status.
Yeah, 4 items and so tanky, has a lot of sustain too. And Cambodia doesn't have a lot of options here. They need to get close, and that is where Aatrox really shines. Whenever people get close on him, that is
Oh.
where he shines. And now, fight
Wow.
we
Red
have the
buff.
Grand Challenge available. He's
Oh,
really
no.
fast with a slow on the red buff. M Sing, again, is dead in the water, and he's not seen around the map.
Jim, another engage coming from Ken. No. Ken outfailed right
Oh,
away.
no.
Just one bomb.
Body Slam wasn't able to hit, and now Rin is now going to be running away, but he's being chased down by Meliodas. Meliodas is going to feel his wrath, and Rin is going to fall. And that's just it. Cambodia
Aw.
is looking for something around the map, but look at
Flashing
this.
in.
Jim is just running around. He's just buying some time for his team to respawn, but I think they're all going to fall
Ken.
down because Meliodas is just too fast here. He's just going to be running, safeguard away, and this is just going to be the game because look at how Y1 is just ending it. Look at why we're looking at this. Jim
Oh,
is
it's
just
already
running
over.
around and the game is just ending, and that's going to be it. That's Y1 ending the game for the side of Vietnam.
I was wondering if he would be able to catch a very mobile Lee Sin. We all know the kit of a Lee Sin, right? You still have the safeguard available to you. You can use a Sonic Wave to use a Jungle Creep as a taxi as well.
Yep.
And also, there was a Yomo's Ghost Blade for Meliodas. I don't think he will be able to catch Jim in the process. But that's actually taking away the focus from what really is important. And the most important thing there is that Vietnam was able to win once again. Cambodia loses, unfortunately, and has to, face Laos with a 0-3 record.
Yeah, and now both of them are on a 0-3 at this point. So whoever wins, they're not going to be at the bottom. So that's the only takeaway that we have, if ever that's going to happen for this next games that we're going to be having for today. But again, this is, I don't know what to say. Cambodia fought a good fight until the mid game because it's the same trend with what happened to Laos. Until the mid game, they were doing well. Until one point, they made a mistake and they weren't able to do anything to come back from it.
Yeah, which to me has surprised not just me, not just you, but also our viewers. That's a very welcome surprise that Cambodia and Laos has been, performing very well at the first few minutes of the game. That just goes to show that, what they need is actually good quality practice sessions with the best of the best teams. And so that they can, fix whatever needs to be fixed mid game or maybe even late game, because truth be told, there's only one way to fix it, and that's through experience. That's through numerous practices. And Laos, actually no, not Laos, but Cambodia did present the threat, especially the early parts of the game. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's a very good start for Cambodia.
Yeah, I mean, Ken did so well here during the first bouts that we had. And the 2-for-1 is very welcome, but looking at how Y1 plays the Fiora though, that is a really scary Fiora
Yeah,
for
a hog.
yeah. And
Hog
even
jump.
with them having the Aatrox, one of the things that is really hard about the Aatrox is when you don't have any DPS that
Good.
could whittle down an Aatrox. That is gonna happen every time. Look at what's happening. He survived for so long.
I mean, Cambodia did have the damage, right? I mean, looking at almost all champions, they have the damage. The problem is
He's
those
just
damage, they cannot dish it out because with the threat of not just Meliodas but also BMM and Y1 being in your face, it's going to be a lot harder to execute, right? I mean, in theory, if it was TFT, I feel that Cambodia would be able to at least pose more threat with their lineup. But
Yeah.
the execution will almost always going to be a problem to solve for the weaker teams.
Yeah, and it's always gonna be the problem here. The macro, they always find ways to get some kills. In the micro sense, they know how to fight, especially those fights that are very important. We've seen that from Cambodia time and time again during this whole time. That's why they were able to reach the mid game, and that's why Vietnam needed to do something about it. And once they got a hold of an advantage, they stabilized it. They didn't fight any fights unless they know that they're gonna win, and that marks a great team, a very experienced team at that. And Cerberus Esports is not a stranger to experience.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Again, Cerberus Esports from Vietnam is one of the favorites of this tournament. They are as a region, as a country. Vietnam is the reigning and defending gold medalist for the SEA Games, right?
Yeah.
Back then, they were representative. They were represented by Team Flash. Now, Cerberus Esports has proven that they're the strongest team in Vietnam. Was able to dismantle 3 opponents in a row. So that rematch between the Philippines and Vietnam would be a very spicy one. But for those people that are waiting for that to happen, you have to wait until tomorrow, because tomorrow would be that day in where we would be seeing the fated matchup between the Philippines and Vietnam once again. The next matchup that we do have dash here, as we wait for the stats, is going to be a more exciting one. That's going to be between Cambodia and Laos. I know that we have a lot of thoughts on that. And maybe we can, play some banter on it. Play some guessing games.
Yeah.
Predicting the winner, jinxing the losers.
Yeah, I do want to see the draft later on though. Then we lay our cards after we see the draft for Laos and Cambodia. But if I'm gonna be picking right now, blindly,
Okay.
in theory, I believe
You already lost with Laos. Remember that.
I still believe with Laos. I still believe.
Okay.
I'm gonna double down with Laos for this one.
Dash the Laos, the lost Laos supporter, the last Laos
Yeah.
supporter. Something. But yeah, I mean, going for dibs on Laos, then sure, I'm more than happy to go for Cambodia, because you could actually see that Cambodia did present some threat against the Vietnam squad. It just feels to me that this Corki is a very good insurance into the late game, but they're not playing it as if the way the other teams are playing it, right? If you're going to play the Corki, oftentimes you would be seeing the Corki in the mid lane rather than on the side lane. If you're going to play Corki on the side lane, you have to be ready to respond to any potential ganks. And at one point in the middle part of this game, Vietnam was able to see fake AD by his lonesome, and a very isolated AD carry on the side lane is a very juicy target, especially for long lanes such as that one, because the first tower has already been broken apart, and there's like a golden rule that if your first tower is already broken apart, you cannot cross past the river. If you cross past the river, you're dead. That's
Yeah.
the way it is.
You're dead. Yeah, every time. Whenever you try to cross the river, especially if you're an ADC, you're dead.
I know.
You're dead. You're not gonna do anything.
Unless you're
but-
double lift or something.
yeah. Unless you have the skills to back it up, like the well-decorated players that we have already. But this is I'm not surprised that Meliodas is gonna be getting this one, because we haven't seen a lot more of Genza during this whole game. I saw a lot more of Meliodas during this whole
And
game. It's
Y1.
just. And Y1 too. Yeah, I forgot about Y1. If we have an honorable mention, yeah, it's gonna be Y1.
Y1, but for now he's Y2 because the number 1 player in this game is Meliodas.
Ah, no.
Very well deserved. It's a very well deserved MVP. I mean, he just gave me an idea to pick Amaranth as my third item on the Aatrox. So guys, in RG, beware, because I'm ready to dish out a very good item set for my Aatrox.
Honestly, I believe that Amaranth is a good third item on any bruiser. Because with the amount of fights that you take, I think it's good. Unless you're a very resource-heavy bruiser, Amaranth is going to be... What? I just realized that Amaranth is so OP, which is really crazy. Even for bruisers, though. Even for bruisers, that's crazy.
I mean, just the fact that you can build it on marksman just shows that it's
Actually,
actually a
too.
very busted item right now.
Yeah.
Right? So it's the League of Amaranth. There was a point wherein everyone was on stasis. It was called the League of Stasis. Up until now, it still
It
is
is
the League of
still.
Stasis. But I feel we are nearing the point that we would be having that League of Amaranth, because almost all carries would have that option to
Yeah,
pick that item up.
they can pick it up without any problems, which is really nice to see. Honestly, Amaranth is just a good item, especially for champions who do need a lot of investment to. At least 2 items is good enough, like what we've seen from the Zeri a while ago. So I hope that is going to be something that we see on the next games, because right now we're not gonna be seeing any tanks anyway, so it's still okay from what we're doing now. But before we head into our next game, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break. I'm Dash and I was here with Otalu. See you guys in just a bit.
Blue team champion slain. Red team double kill.
And to the ninth game we go. We're still gonna be your shotcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Outlus, and this is gonna be a match to look forward to because we're gonna be seeing who's gonna be at the bottom from both of these teams that's gonna be fighting today.
You know what? I'm
At
kind
the
of
top,
caught.
sorry.
No, I'm kind of caught off guard of you counting the games that we have for the day. It's like a reminder. Hey, you know what? You're Alta lose. This is already the ninth game, huh? So but that's
I mean-
okay. It's a long day.
Okay.
It's a long day, but it's a very fun experience. Again, casting Wild Rip. Woo!
Yeah, let's go.
This is going to be a very intense matchup as well because both those teams unfortunately does not have any win as of yet, and this is
Yep.
actually the chance for them to break through. The matchup between Cambodia and Laos, and you already picked your side. You're sticking with Laos, and now I have to go with
You have to
Cambodia
pick.
just because.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean just because. Just because. That's it. I mean, Cambodia is also the home team for or the host for the upcoming SEA Games this coming May. So I believe, although I test alone, I see the logic of going with Laos because they're so aggressive. They're so fun to watch as a
Yeah.
team. But Cambodia, yeah, I believe half. I have believe.
I mean, I think that Cambodia is not gonna stand down.
Uh-huh.
I believe that if Laos is gonna be fighting a team with the same amount of energy as they have, I believe that's Cambodia. I believe that's Cambodia, and we're gonna be seeing a lot of kills happening. I
Oh,
hope
yeah.
that our expectations today will be met, and I hope that they're gonna be picking champions that is geared towards those kills, like a Lee Sin, like a Zed,
Uh-huh.
and a Kali, always gonna be there for the fights.
Yeah, this is going to be a matchup between the junglers. I mean, all throughout the day, we have been mentioning junglers over and over again, and for the right reasons. We have a G-Force standing tall and standing strong. I mean, introducing himself to everyone right now watching, right? So he's a very good focal point for Laos. But do not count out Jim. Jim from Cambodia could also make good work of his mechanics in the jungle. So there you go. The battle continues between Autolus and Dash. Dash going for Laos or going with Laos, and meanwhile Autolus going with Cambodia.
Yeah, and I lost. I'm not sure if I'm gonna lose. This
You
fight
have a
again.
0-1 record, dude. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's a win-win for me, regardless. 'Cause
Yeah.
even if you win, we end up with a stalemate. We end
With a
up with a
1-1.
draw. Yeah,
Unless
we
I
end up with a
lose,
draw.
yeah. I think you win. I think you win everywhere.
I
But
know.
yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna be taking that win if ever Laos is gonna be winning this next fight. This is one of the fights that we're waiting for since the start of the day, because they
Definitely.
lost a lot of the games lately. Right now we're gonna be seeing who is gonna be staying, and on the second round robin is gonna be way different. Are they gonna be staying here? Are they gonna be the ones who's gonna be setting on to the semifinals compared to the other teams that we do have? So that is one thing that I'm really excited for Sunday, because we're still gonna be having 4 teams out of 5 that we had for
Yeah.
this 2 round robins.
I did mention when we were discussing the tournament format when I was with Yang just a couple of minutes ago or hours ago, that the tournament format is actually very forgiving. Oftentimes, when it comes to elimination stages such as this, 3 would be eliminated, 4 would be eliminated, but in this particular tournament, only 1 would be eliminated.
Yeah.
And from the way it looks, just looking at the track record of every single team that we have here, it does feel like it's going to be between Cambodia and Laos. So this is going to be a very important match for them to win. Because if they win this, they have the leg up and they almost certainly secure their spot in the upcoming final stage that will happen on Sunday.
Yeah, and with the amount of wins that the Philippines already has, and I believe
Yeah,
that
that's
because of the
secure.
wins that they have already for the Philippines and even for Vietnam, and it might be easier to say that they already have their placings for Sunday. So yeah, with this, I do hope that there's a comeback. There's a comeback story that's gonna happen for tomorrow, so that our round robin would be a lot more exciting. Because if this stays like this, it's whoever's at the bottom needs to step forward for tomorrow's games.
I know. Yeah, it's a lot deeper hole to crawl out from if you're going to lose this game, right? If you're Cambodia or
Yeah.
Laos. So this is going to be a very pivotal game for both the squads. They know this. Their coaches and support system knows this. Their fan base knows this as well. That in order for them to advance to the next stage, they have to win now. They have to win against their nemesis in Cambodia/Laos. So now, Dash, that we have set everything into Notion, it's time for us to reintroduce the players that would be playing in this particular match. Cambodia has seen like multiple times that they have, subs that they can play. And again, also to note that Cambodia, I believe, has a Filipino coach. That's Coach Link for you. Laos, meanwhile, has been slow and steady with their 5-man squad, featuring, of course, the duo of G-Force and Rapunzel.
Yeah, GeForce and Rapunzel for that is one way to look at it for Laos. I like that they play really aggressively, and most of the time they are the ones, or the stone that this team is standing on. So if they perform well, the team is going to be performing well. But let's take a look at Cambodia first. From what I've seen during the last game, Fake AD didn't have his moments. Jim and Ken might have during the first stages
there's
of the game. They were the
substitution.
ones who actually get the kills. But I hope... Wait, really?
Yeah,
Or Rex
the support. Yeah, the support.
Yeah, Rexnick.
Rexnick would be the one playing the support instead of Rin. Rin actually did have
Actually,
a decent
a good
game.
yeah.
He was on the Gragas, right? Just a couple
Yeah.
of, yeah. And speaking
played
of
well.
supports, if there is actually one support that needs to step it up, that's JJJ. Because JJJ on
Yeah.
that Nautilus had a very forgettable game. But now Rapunzel G-Force 1 would be joined by, of course, the Blue Moon 2 Sky and Yana and so on. A collection of guys from Laos that has surprised almost everyone watching right
Yeah.
now.
You know why they're not winning it? JJJ hasn't been wearing his headset the whole time. I think he needs to wear the headset so that they could win their this next game.
What? Okay, all right. You didn't have to, but yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you have to communicate well with your team.
That's true. That's
Um,
true. That's true.
he's going for that old and standard slash mute all strategy in order
Yeah.
for
No tilt, no tilt.
no tilt, stays
Yeah.
cool. But as a support, you have to play call. You have to shot call for everyone. Still though, I mean, just going back to the roster of Laos, GeForce One, Rapunzel has been like the duo to watch out for. I know that the mid lane Blue Moon is also or did also have his moments, but it's still the Baron in the jungle, at least for Laos side. If you want to win today, Dash, if you want your team to win, Laos team to
My
win,
team.
they have to play around their jungle and Baron lane correctly, at least in the draft right away.
Yeah, honestly, if they will play around their top lane, it's gonna be way easier. Because a while ago they tried to do that, but as long as they make sure that Rapunzel plays well on the top side, JJJ just needs to invest a lot on the top lane. They might be able to win this. So I hope that they would be able to do that for this next one. But Cambodia, I mean, Cambodia really had a hard time against Vietnam during game a while ago, but the mid game was playable. So
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to it because this is gonna be a action-packed game for sure.
You know what? I'm trying to visualize everything, and I'm trying to think
Yeah.
or put on my prediction hat, my Nostra hat, or something.
Yeah.
And I feel either that Cambodia actually has a better macro overall. Do not quote me on this, but remember Laos was playing Ash on the side lane instead of putting him on the mid lane, which actually resulted in a lot of enchanted crystal arrows missing.
That's actually
so
true,
to me. If we just look in and dissect the plays of both the squads, yes, Laos has the better mechanics. They have a very good killer instinct in them. But there is actually a chance that Cambodia could win this off of their macro, which is unheard of, but is a possibility.
Big possibility though. Honestly, yeah, when you mentioned it, I honestly thought about it too, that Cambodia really knows how to play standard more. But is the standard gonna work on a team like Laos? Because the standard,
You're
standard
overselling.
might have a
guy.
hard time.
My
Yeah.
guy, you're overselling.
This is my copium. This is my copium. Laos might have it because
What?
maybe the Ash pick wasn't the best for their playstyle. Maybe something different like a Lux could work better on the playstyle that they've done during the last game.
I mean, not to burst your bubble, but dude, JJJ was on the Nautilus, one of the easiest champion to play, and he was missing hooks left and right. So I mean, this is my copium for Cambodia as well. So
The reason why they lost there too was because he wasn't able to hit the first hook. That was
true. A lot of hooks
'Cause-
actually.
Yeah, that's all. So I hope this is gonna be different. Just don't pick the Nautilus. Pick something different. Maybe pick a
What?
Gragas. Maybe that's an easier pick for JJJ.
Or maybe go for the Alistar. Alistar is a lot easier to
Actually,
use now. The pulverized
That's
headbutt
targeted.
combo.
If you miss that, I don't know what happened.
There's
If you
no
miss
way
the-
you can
the
miss
headbutt
on
and the
it.
pulverize.
No, dude. Like, there's no way that you can miss on it, unless it gets flashed away midway, or
Oh yeah,
Like-
that's true.
like an Ezreal interaction with the Arcane Shift. But
Yeah,
you know,
that's
chances
true.
are you would still be able to hit most of your pulverized headbutt combo, especially now that it's a lot easier to pull off. Again, for all those viewers out there, if you haven't tried the new and improved Alistar, there's actually a lot more. It's actually a lot more easy to pull off the pulverized headbutt combo because of the double tap mechanic, similar to
Yeah.
the flag and drag coming from J4. There's also another champion that did have this quality improvement, and that's the Jace, right?
Yeah.
Although I felt that it was unnecessary for them to do so, it's
Yeah.
it's an okay addition, especially for the casual gamers out there.
Honestly, Jace is really strong. Even in the last nerfs that we had. So that's why when I was reading the patch notes, I was like, why do they need to buff Jace? Maybe it's because most of the players have been struggling against this. But now I think we're going to be going to our draft for our next game for today. We do have it, Cambodia versus Laos. This is the time to see who's going to be on top against each other here.
Laos versus Cambodia, the heavyweights of tonight's matchup. And again, we're looking into the drafting phase here. Cambodia is not willing to go for a threat of a Camille first pick. I remember that Laos did actually prioritize the Nautilus, first rotation during their stay at the blue side. So Cambodia is saying that you know what, we don't want to deal with the Camille being played by Laos, so we're going for a different route. Now, how would Laos respond to this very standard ban by Cambodia?
Yeah, I mean this bands that we have for today, it's gonna be the Camille to the Gragas. So they're gonna be probably forcing JJJ to pick up the Nautilus here for their side. I hope that they don't first pick the Nautilus if ever, because it's not gonna be that effective if they fail during the last game here for Laos. So one thing for sure is that if ever the Camille's out, the Gal is gonna be out for the count. So there's still not a lot of options here for Laos to go for support.
I'll see. We'll see. Again,
Yumi.
I'm already presenting an opportunity for Laos. I'm how should I call this? I'm offering my pick coaching services. Go for
Yep.
the Alistar. It's going to be a lot easier for them to go for the engages. Maybe even the Brom. Why not? I mean,
Yeah, actually,
there's
the
a
Braum
lot
is
of
way
melee
easier.
champions that can easily be countered by that particular champion. But now Cambodia is actually taking away 3 champions that can go on the side lane, leaving Renekton as a very juicy first pick option.
Actually, they can go for the Renekton for Cambodia, not a Jace. Yone is also a possibility for Jim if ever they want Jim to carry in this game. But if Laos is gonna be picking some,
Oh.
yeah,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Aatrox is a good pick. Aatrox is a good
Yeah.
pick, but
Okay.
Laos can go for something else here, or they're gonna double down with the Akali and the Lee Sin if ever for the duo here, Rapunzel and G-Force.
Or maybe double down even further, right? Renekton and Lee Sin goes for the Fiora instead. Rapunzel has a very good mechanics. That's one thing for
Yeah.
sure. Fiora can also be played by GeForce 1 and or Blue Moon 2 Sky because it's a very flexible champion, especially on the Wild Rift. So we will be seeing what would be the next priority for Laos is go pick the Nautilus. Just for the
Yeah.
meme.
Oh, there you go. There's the Alistar. Yeah.
I feel so vindicated. Look at me back chesting.
They've been watching the stream probably, and that's why they pick up the Alistar. They don't want to go for the Nautilus anymore, and that's why they banned the Gragas. They're gonna force Cambodia to go for the Galio, and that's very smart. I like that. I like that.
I'm
Laos.
going crazy right now. And for the viewers out there, we were just throwing some batter pre-show or pre-draft, and we were suggesting Alistar so hard that Laos was convinced to pick the Alistar, pick the cow. Now Cambodia is going to respond with a Galio. How would they do this? What would be their last pick here? I feel like they need the jungler right here, right now.
Yeah, and if ever they're gonna be picking up the jungler, that's a decent pick. Having the Lucian
Oh.
for Cambodia, you do have a lot of options to use for the Lucian here to get it with the Galio, which was forced to because they don't have any other tank support options for their side. Maybe a Thresh, but no, it's not gonna work at this level. So Laos, are they gonna be picking a bit more damage for the mid lane, or are they gonna go for the jungler too? They doubled down with the Ashe.
Ooh, and this is
Surprisingly.
Alistar, by the way. It's the most nostalgic combo ever, right?
That's
Enchanted
true.
Crystal Arrow into
That's
the
true.
Headbat Pulverized combo, CC them to death, and that's the easiest combo to execute. But then again, we have to remind our viewers that the last time that Laos played this, they elected to play standard Wild Rift rather than having the Ashe to rotate over to the mid lane, having a shorter lane to defend, and having easier access to the Enchanted Crystal Arrows. I'm hearing you going for some hums, and I'll be more than happy to ask you on that. But may I remind you, Mr. Dash, that this Ashe was a fair bit questionable for Laos side.
Yeah, I
earlier
remember.
today.
During the last game because they didn't rotate onto the mid lane. They're fighting against a melee champion in the bot lane, and Ashe doesn't really do anything much except for not a big wave clear compared to other champions too. If they're gonna be batting something here, I think a bit of a wave clear, but it's also a problem because we're not sure where the Lucian is gonna go still. So Laos still has a lot of options, or rather, Cambodia still has a lot of options here for them to shut this down. They can go for the double assassin to just shut down this damage potential from Laos, but Laos could go for a bit more of an early game jungler, a Kha'Zix, or no, not a Kha'Zix. I think a Lee Sin is a way better for them to work with, and it's a good thing they banned the Olaf because that could have been good.
Darius. Okay. That's that can still be played in the jungle, but I want Garen for Cambodia. I'm telling you right now, this draft by Cambodia, if they go for the Garen here, it's going to benefit them so much because one, they can have someone soak a lot of the arrows coming from Yan and Son. But they're not going for the Garen, but rather go for the Jax. Okay, all right. Anyway, let's move on.
Garen could have been good, yeah. Garen
Was extremely good in this.
Yeah.
What?
And the Nami, Lucian Nami, we're not playing League of Legends PC. What is
Yeah, so-
happening?
Are they willing to put Galio in the mid lane?
Yeah,
Galio
just
in the
to
mid
risk
lane.
it.
Yeah, but that was so many moons ago. In
And
where
that's a
it
good
was
pick
meta.
too. Because of the Galio getting swapped to the mid lane, it's easy for Blue Moon to Sky to actually farm in the mid lane.
We'll see.
Huh, that's
It's
surprising.
this is the most standard Wild Rift draft that we've ever seen. Darius most likely going to the hands of Rapunzel. Meanwhile, or maybe even G-Force one. This is going to be very interesting because
I
at
think
one
G-Force
point
is gonna-
Darius
yeah.
was buffed in the jungle role, right?
Yeah.
And the only thing missing about the only missing
Okay, good.
okay, never mind that. Anyway,
Good,
Rapunzel would
good.
be playing the Darius in the Baron lane, going against the Jax. That matchup, I know you know this because we're both Baron laners. We can discuss this for days. But I feel that if you actually make use of your counter strike as a Jax, there is a potential for you to punish the small windows of trading against the Darius. So we will see. This could be a very interesting matchup in the Baron lane, and I'm liking this. Both of them going for barrier instead of the Ignite.
Minions
And I like the Rapunzel picking up the face rush here. Because, whenever you're fighting in the top lane and you're fighting against a Jax, you know that you don't need to commit into anything. Because if you commit, as you said, the counter-strike is going to be there at the ready.
Yeah.
That's why it's way better to just put the face rush in, run away after the counter-strike is popped, and then go back in. And face rush, so far, has been buffed every time. Every time Wadrip has a chance, they're going to buff face rush because nobody's using it.
True. So now but I'm saying did actually receive some 3 stacks from Rapunzel. And now he's dominating the early stages of this matchup between between Jax and the Darius, and that just goes to show that Rapunzel also knows how to play this champion. We've said that Laos plays around Rapunzel a lot, and if you're actually
Look at
this
how
good,
fast.
it makes sense.
Yeah. And this is nice. This is way more threatening on the top side. And on the hands of probably the stronger player for the side of Laos, Rapunzel, this is very much what you want to happen. But looking at the pathing of our junglers, later on Jim would be on the top side. So I hope that he's ready for that. But
no
Ken
Justice
too
Punch?
aggressive for the Justice Punch. This is what we're saying about this matchup in the mid lane too, right? Because it's a Galio. And we haven't seen a Galio in the mid lane for so long.
Yeah, I mean, his cooldown is so bad.
So
His
long.
damage
It's so long.
is so mid. So the Galio in the mid lane is mid at best. No pun intended. But it's a mid champion.
No, he's not a mid champion. He's a support. But yeah, I get it.
I mean, he's so mid, dude. I mean,
I understand. Yeah. but I don't know how this is gonna work. But I want to see it work though. Because if ever this works, we were wrong, and I want them to prove us wrong with this.
and if you were Rihanna Thone, there is actually an avenue for him to go damage as well. I mean, having a double marksman against all the melee members by Cambodia, you can actually see the potential of him going the standard damage route.
Are they gonna fight this? This is not gonna be a good fight because he's gonna be staying in here for so long.
Whoa!
Here's just gonna be there. They do have the damage, but
got
Ken is gonna be
clipped.
surviving. A lot of flashes has been invested, and that's a kill. Good transfer from the side of Cambodia.
True, but Laos was able to secure the first blood on the bot lane. I believe we will have a very quick replay in
That
which one?
I
The
mean,
first
that
blood?
was cool. Yeah, they were able to get a first blood too. Okay.
Well,
a lot of
okay, so
investments.
Your Laos fanboy spirit is all smiles right now because of the first blood that was secured by, I
For
believe it
G-Force
was,
too.
yeah, it was G4. So that was a very timely roam bot side, and the victim was fake AD. And if you're a delusion, you want to, you want to be able to scale. Look at the itemization by Alanthon, going for possible more mana. So goes for the scaling, goes for the damage, not really going for utility. Ash, this is something that we miss, and
Ooh.
this is a very welcome sight.
I
Rapunzel
like
has to
that.
be careful though.
I like that they know who to target here. Rapunzel has been, as we said, is probably the better player here on the side of Laos, and they're investing a lot on the top side of the map just to try to take some plates out. They want Msing to actually get a lot of gold here, but look at that. Dash has been used already. Rapunzel is going to be in a good position
so
here to get a 5
fast!
stacks, but look at that. This is what we're saying about the face rush. Rapunzel is
Arrow,
just moving
there's
towards
an arrow. Arrow,
Technical arrow, gonna be ready. He's gonna be able to hit. What a perfect time! G-Force, and now that's gonna be a kill. One on the hands of G-Force again.
That's 3.5 seconds max range. Enchanted
That's
crystal arrow connecting from one point to another. But now Laos is still not yet done. They want to return the favor. They're going to kill the top laner of Cambodia and will most likely get some tower plates as well. What a start for Laos.
Good fight here for Laos, because Cambodia actually invested a lot in the top lane. It's good in paper because they want Msing to get a lot more gold compared to Rapunzel, because, it's a losing lane. But here, with what they've seen, they know how to play
No,
around
he
it, and it's good.
engaged.
That was
That's
perfect.
sad. That's sad. I mean, one exhaust was what was needed, and I believe Rexnick didn't have the tidal wave available to actually thwart off any potential punish coming from Laos side. You hate to see it, right? If you're saying you have to pick your spots as a Jax, your job is to cook. You have
Yep.
to cook. You have to. If you are Cambodia, you have to let him cook, which means that you have to make sure he's going to be a-okay in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah.
But if you're going to throw by jumping in front of two people, chances are your team won't be happy.
Yeah, recall timings though. Perfect timing for the side of Laos here, because they have the package, they can take their referral, and Jim would take a long time here. Look at how Blue Moon is moving right now. They want to try and steal the Drake here, but it might be a bit too late too for the side of Laos here.
It's the Mountain Dragon, which is one of the healthiest dragon, but they will be late to the party, and Blumen wasn't even able to use the package.
Yeah.
It just expired.
Look at that. They're going to be trying to go for the mid lane. Ken is able to push him back. Tidal Wave is going to slow down the members here of Laos. They're not going to be continuing Cambodia. What a good play to stop them.
Rapunzel. Rapunzel, the 1v1 has to
Oh.
be has to flash away, but G4 is one for the cleanup.
5 stacks though. Yep.
Oh,
G-Force is
no!
here. Does have the Rift Herald. He's going to be taking that down. Counter-Strike is at the
Oh,
ready. He wasn't able to get the
easy.
stun, and G-Force was patient enough to get the kill.
What a sexy way to do it, right? I mean, you just stroll to the right and dodge away from the counter strike, and right on cue. G4's one.
Oh, gets the sun. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They got it though. That's going to be a kill to their side. But Jim is going to be running away with the World Ender. Don't need to chase. And Laos is just going to be walking away with the kill.
Looks like Cambodia is struggling to
Wait,
face
another
against the
tower.
wrath of Laos. Another tower indeed. And look at the gold lead. Laos is all smiles right now. G-Force 1? There is a... Oh, is he going to cancel the recall? No. Okay, that's actually a good idea
He's
because
afraid. Yeah.
he's under leveled. I mean, G-Force was already level 9. If he decides
Yeah.
to go in, Rapunzel could easily back his teammate up. That could be the death once again for Msing. Msing currently has 2 deaths already. And again, if you're the Jax, you want to scale up. You want to scale up.
Yeah. And from what we're seeing right now, Jax is going to be having a hard time here after they got the items already. But one thing's for sure is that Cambodia can still come back from this. From the way that this damage is going to go, they need to rely a lot on Jim for the early game damage. Because looking at Fake AD, look at his build. He went for the Manamune for the first item, which is really surprising for me
It's
right
the
now
scaling
in this
illusion,
meta.
dude. Yeah. I mean, it is surprising because you have to be able to dish out damage soon and fast, right? Which
Yeah,
doesn't
and
normally
that-
happen.
Upside though, Rapunzel 5 stacks on the head, and
Okay,
almost
G-Force.
getting the dunk on Msing. But Jim is also here to actually help out with the G-Force.
Ooh,
They have the
they're
counter strike. It's not going to be cancelled. That's the kill. Cambodia's going to come back with Jim, putting them on their backs.
Almost. Ensing did have the right idea. He was hugging the left wall to make sure that no vitals would be procced. But the last hit coming from G-Force 1 was actually enough to get at least a return kill. Still, that's a very good proactive play coming from Cambodia. Another one in our midst. Jim trying to catch Blue Moon, but it's not too easy, especially against the Quirky.
Yeah, not gonna be easy to fight against the Corki. And remember, they do have a lot of scaling. And with what we're seeing right now, they're having a problems with fake AD, having this Manamune. Because you do expect that you're gonna be, for Illusion, you expect that you win the early game. That's most of the time is gonna happen. But because of this, they're losing quite a lot of space, and it's free. Every time whoever fights against Lucian, it's gonna be free, because Lucian is not gonna deal damage. But now, he does have the Solar Charge Blade, so he's gonna be doing a bit of damage.
Yeah, just still a bit, right? I mean, the
Not a lot.
Manamune
Not a lot.
hasn't been transformed yet.
Because the arrow curves so well! Deja vu! And that's a kill that's gonna happen. Missing is gonna be falling down here. But what was that? Wait! The headbutt missed! The headbutt missed!
Almost. It was almost.
That
what
was
needed
close.
by Elsing
That was close!
to survive. But JJJ, with the cleaning mechanic of, putting the fire on top of his head, was able to secure the kill finally. But if
Yeah.
you are Cambodia, you would take that trade. They were able to secure a tower at the top side. They are on a deficit, which means any trades, they'll
It's
be
good.
happy to accept.
Yeah. They got a trade, which is really nice. Refill this up. They have the package onto Laos. Not committing into anything else. They do have a bit of time here, but look at how they're taking a long time. They're taking a long time. This package is going to disappear in a bit. So they need to take this if ever they want to. But because G-Force is not in the area, this is not going to be taken right now. They do have the package. It's going to be expiring in a bit. And that's going to be the chance right here for Cambodia to actually go for a fight. This is going to be the first 5v5 that we're going to be seeing for today.
Oh, package
We
is
have the
done?
package right now. That's going to be the carpet in front of everybody. The
No.
Silo Wave is at the ready. They're going to
Oh.
go in. Look at Jim, who have the Hero's Entrance. He was pushed back, and he was able to run away. Unbreakable Wheel in the front, and that's going to be Blue Moon, going to be the target. But they have two
One more
tanky
tank.
members.
Okay.
Jim is at the back line. He's going to be taking down Yanan. They're going to fall, and Cambodia is back in the game. They don't have enough damage to work with this, and that's going to be the members right here surviving. Cambodia is just going to be decimating 4 members, and it's still chasing one. Yana, no! The volley, not the right target, almost falling. And Laos just lost that fight.
To the delight of everyone, including me, because Cambodia is now back in this game. They were able to secure the Rift Herald in the process as well. At first, I was so scared because you do not oftentimes you don't use a tidal wave to engage, but
Yep.
with Arexnic finding the right, right opening for that tidal wave and the follow through by Jim, everything went from quiet to chaos. And
Yeah.
amidst all the chaos, it was Jim that was doing the heavy lifting. He was able to zone out 1-2 people from the side
Yeah.
of Laos. There's no reason for Cambodia to contest this. Just give this away for free. You have a
Yeah.
dragon already.
Yeah, they have the Hero's Entrance, so they still want to contest. They might be able to steal it, but no. G-Force was able to get it for
Okay.
the team. Look at JJJ,
Oh,
he's in
two-man
front
bubble.
of everybody with a great bubble onto the back line. Was able to take one. Ken is going to be next on the chopping block, though. One
Oh,
is
fake
still
AD.
alive. They're going to fall down. Fake AD was able to do something, but it's still a 2-for-1. They survived with Ken alive, and that's
Okay.
going to be good. But
Now
I
he's
think
dead.
one's going to be dead. JJJ was forced to flash away.
Wait, top side.
That's still going to be a kill. Top side, though, MC took the never the turret.
I was not looking at the minimap, and all of a sudden there was a Jax just doing business on the top side in Laos.
What was
Oh
that?
my god!
They lost a
Yes, they were
4v5.
able to get the dragon. They lost a 4v5. They suffered that, but on top of that, their base got open on the top side.
Yeah,
That's
I thought
so many bad things happening out one after another here, Dash.
one of the things that I see is that Laos can't eliminate one target. They're always looking at different targets every time. That's why they can't even get the easiest of kills that we've seen a while ago. Ken could have been dead, but because they weren't looking at Ken during that last time, it was easy enough for Cambodia to just make use of that. And that's why it's more Cambodia coming back from this game, even with the doubts that I had. I think Cambodia could potentially get this.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that there was a replay because Fake AD really popped off in that dragon fight. He was dashing in, flashing out, dashing in once again, and Rexnick finding the 2-man bubble onto two members of Laos, it actually cement that very good win for them. And now the doubts and the doubter Dash has to. Oh, wait.
Chanted Crystal Arrow.
Oh,
Too early
good
to say
tenacity,
it, but
though.
they have it. Stopped JJJ from the headbutt. And now they lost a lot of the ultimates right there. Or rather, a big ultimate right there. They can take the Baron if ever they want to. But bot lane, Rapunzel versus Amsing. Rapunzel
Baron
can't
is
even
being
do anything
started.
at this point. This is too long for them to actually go for the fight. Baron is being started, as you said, and nobody's there on the lookout on the side of Laos.
Hawkshot finally comes in, but that's a little bit too late. Baron has already been secured here.
Yep. Got it. They might be able to get more, but T-Force was able to get more. Heroes Entrance is going to be there. He's fighting it out with everybody. They have the saves to take too long.
Jim,
they
though.
have it, and JJJ is going to fall down, but Jim might be able to double down on this. He wants to run onto Yanan, but that's going to be the flash happening. They have the package to work with. He's just going to be falling down. Yanan survives for a bit, and they have the Justice Punch. They're fighting with both ADCs. G-Force is now 1 HP. He's going to fall, but at least he got the trade on a 2-for-2.
And Jim still is not yet finished. Once the piece of the score key. Okay, finally. It's already over. Cambodia was able to win by getting the Baron buff as well. Sing
Wait, he has
also
World
has
Ender
a
again?
Baron buff to help him. That's Ajax with a Baron buff. Remind you, that's a very scary split pusher. And looks like Cambodia may have done it. They might have come back from a very good deficit or from a very big deficit. As we look into the replay, you can see G-Force priority targeting RxNick, and that's actually a good find. You know, 1-2 clicks onto the support role was what was actually needed, but at this point, Jim is already very scary.
Yeah, they can't even do damage. I'm really surprised that I haven't seen a pop-up from Blue Moon at this point, because also they built up the Mana Mune onto him. It takes a long time for that Corki to actually get some items. 7 towers down for the side of Laos. So this is just a lot of map priority. Together with the Baron, they can even take the mid lane, the bottom lane turret easily on this
Yep.
next fight.
They have to send someone over onto the bot lane, maybe even Jim. A 1-3-1 is actually enough to get another set of inhib tower.
They can go in. They have the towers. They're very tanky. 2 full barrels
Arrow?
onto the back line. They were able to get the arrow onto fake AT, but they're not going to continue. JJJ still alive. Unbreakable Will is helping him out, but look at this. Exhaust onto the Mans. Hero's Entrance is going to be used without anybody right there. They can end this game if ever they want to. They lost Blue Moon. They don't have a lot to work with. Fake AD is going to fall down.
G-Force
But
won.
look at that. They might be able to make this work. G-Force onto the back line. He is trying to do something, but that counter-strike is not helping him out.
G-Force
But the grand
won.
challenge to the hill.
My
Is that
God.
going to be the triple kill with the dunks from the Master Rapunzel? They want to force on the mid lane.
35 seconds out of that timer here, Dash. Is it enough for Laos to turn things around? Cambodia was so greedy. They wanted to finish the game and for the right reasons. But G-Force 1 popped off at the right moment, at the right time. Look at G-Force 1. Arrow connecting one to one target. But my God, it was a perfectly played Fiora play if I've ever seen one. My man. G-Force 1
man.
is on crack.
Yes. And that's how they got the win there on the last fight, but they might be able
Look
to
at
end this.
him.
Wait, are they going to be ending this?
Yeah,
they might be able to
Golden
end this
Nexus.
though.
1
No
second.
way,
Oh.
Laos is going to be winning this. They have the
Oh.
time. They can go for it.
Yes.
They can go for the end of everything they want to 300 HP and 200 and they're going to fall. No! They lost it. They lost it. They lost the game just because of that. But Cambodia is not looking at the end though.
Wait, why is Blue Moon at the base? He should be with the team. He should
He's
be buying
defending.
teleports. I'm not
I
sure.
don't know. I don't
Oh,
know
no.
why he's defending.
1v5, dude. You know what's going to happen next? Breaking
He's
the
gonna
hearts of
lose.
Laos,
200
Cambodia
HP.
marching down. Oh my God.
He has a package though. He has a package. Might be able to do something with it. They have the teleports. This is what he should have done a while ago. That could have been the win for the side of Laos, but Cambodia ends it with a victory. And I thought that could have been the win for Laos, but because they lost a bit of space there, if Blue Moon was there, that was a win for Laos.
I lost it. I lost it. You said that they lost it. They lost it. But the truth of the matter is, I lost it, dude. That's
Yeah.
back-to-back heartbreakers for both squads. And I feel for Cambodia, I feel for Laos, because I know that their hearts were about to explode in that exchange. In the end, though, it was a win for Cambodia. And
That's
another
true.
loss for for Dash and Laos.
Another loss for me. Well, I think I'm gonna take it because with
Uh,
this loss that we had right here, I
dude.
love to see that when they went in for the fight there a while ago, it was very smart of them to actually work it out. Laos had the chance there, but because of the decision making that the team had during the last phase, it wasn't enough to. I thought that could have been the win for Laos.
Yeah, give me a sec here, because I'm still in shock. I know that our director might have, a perspective of what I'm doing behind the camera with what was happening in that particular game. I was shouting on top of my lungs and was feeling the intensity. And the passion is running through my veins right now. That's been, the calling card, or that's been what I'm really excited about whenever I'm casting a Wild Rift game. Laos
Yeah.
versus Cambodia feels to me that they are the main event of this tournament.
That's true. That was the most fun game of the day, in my opinion, honestly,
Oh,
because
indeed.
of the way they played, of
Wow.
the stakes at hand. Whoever's gonna be at the bottom, now we know who's at the bottom. Laos is gonna be at the bottom, but still, it was a good effort for Laos during the last parts of that game. I thought they're gonna be playing it safe, just go back. Let's try this another time, but they took the risk, and I like that. I like that they took the risk.
I know you're really rooting for Laos to win. Me myself included. I mean, I'm rooting for both these teams to win because they are so fun to watch. But at the end of it all, I did say that, the macro advantages coming from Cambodia could be the difference maker. And you could see the fake
It's the last
AD.
fight. Yeah.
I know. This was the sexiest play possible from GeForce 1. I think Corky died in the process. Yeah, Blue Moon died in the process.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason why he didn't have access to teleports. And there's no way for him to join his teammates. But GeForce 1, my god. And, level 7 badge to boot as well. As we look into this very close call coming from
That was
Laos,
such a
dude.
close call. That was 200 HP too.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be in the nightmares of Laos for a very long time. 204 to be specific. 204.
I know,
was-
That was sick. That was a heartbreaker for Laos, but exciting times. I hope by tomorrow they will be facing against each other. What time would they be facing against each other at? Let me check. It is going to be the third game. It would be U and B as well. That would be casting that game. So it'll be a fun one. So
It's gonna be another one of those.
it's a banger.
Games.
It's a banger.
Yeah. We're gonna be seeing that tomorrow again. I want to see that game tomorrow because, man, that was fun. That was a fun game to see. That was
It
the
was.
Cambodia getting the win, Laos almost getting it on a deficit too, and I thought that was the greatest comeback of the day. But oh wow, that was.
It was one of the best games that we have for the day. And Southeast Asia Esports Championship 2023. Only here on YouTube live. That you can enjoy this set of action. It's just so fun to watch. Again, macro wise, I feel that both these teams have a lot to improve on. But
Yeah.
then again, my only qualm against Laos is that yes, their mechanics is crazily good. We saw GeForce 1 on that Fiora. He was so clean on that Fiora. But when it comes to executing the game plan, when it comes to going for your win condition, that's when Laos is taking a step back. And
Yeah.
Cambodia did actually pounce at the right moment and was able to win that nail biter.
Yeah, and as we said, mechanically they're strong. Laos is a mechanically strong team, but mechanics could only take you somewhere in this game. But Cambodia, at least, as you said this a while ago too, they're the team who have a lot more macro skills compared to Laos, and we saw that in action. During the whole time, they just waited and waited for their Aatrox to pop off, get a chance to actually get there. And once the Aatrox is strong enough to go for fights, that is just when they took off.
I mean, even Emsing was a threat, right?
Yeah.
I think the game was won off of that tower that was taken at the Baron lane. Also, yes, the inhibitor did respawn, but you could see the idea, right? It's
Yeah.
so deflating mentally. Everything when it comes to your momentum, your pace, your advantages in the game. can easily be thrown off by a push that was done by Ajax at the middle part of that game. And again, fake AD on that Lucian Nami,
Yeah.
making their presence felt here in
Actually, that
Wild Rift.
works. Yeah.
It worked. It indeed
Yeah.
worked. So yeah,
That was the
it's
surprising part, though. That was the surprising part for me. Lucian Nami work in the bot lane, but I mean, in the earlier stages, I thought they're gonna be a bit more dominating. But with what we've seen there, fake AD just played so well. But wait, what? Am I saying that right? Is that a 142,000
no, of course
damage
not.
from Rapunzel?
I think
Maybe
that's
it
14K.
calculated the ultimate, right? It calculated the
No,
ultimate.
no. There's no way.
Oh, there you go.
Dude,
there it
there
is.
you go.
14213. Okay, that's.
There's no way, dude. Like the true
I thought it
damage
counted the
is-
999 when you execute with the ultimate.
Yeah. Blue Moon 2 Sky is still going to be the highest damage dealer for the side of Laos. But Fake AD showing his chops on Delusion, ladies and gents. It's going to be a lot harder to choose the MVP for Cambodia. I feel that Fake AD had his moments as well. But ultimately, I feel that I have to give it to Jim. Do you agree?
Honestly, yeah, Jim was the reason why they won here. Because Fake AD only had his moments during the later stages of the game. Jim was the reason why they got the kills, the towers, the objectives, and most of the time it's always going to be in the hands of the jungler to actually do that. But we said a while ago too that Jim is one of the stronger players right here on the side of Cambodia, and he was able to show that.
Oh, of course, yeah. The jungler matchup between Jim and J4 is one. Something to look forward to on day number 2, Dash, because if Laos wins that one, then we have a tie, an imminent tie for the last place. And I'm not 100% sure if we will have tiebreakers in set. I know that there are some tiebreaker rules that we will have to follow before a tiebreaker match ever occurs. But the MVP goes to Jim, and a very well-deserved MVP as well.
Whew, yeah. MVP for Jin, it really deserves it. A lot of KP. Not a lot of damage compared to Fake AD, but Fake AD's damage really just soaked out to the members of Laos during the last parts. But still, I like the plays from Cambodia here, especially for the objectives. And the World Enders, you saw how domineering Jim is. Because when he used the World Ender once, after that fight, he used it again. And he was able to chase down one target, got the kill in the end.
I know. Ajax is still
Cambodia.
busted, ladies
Cambodia
and
and
gents.
Laos. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Are you excited for tomorrow? I'm definitely excited,
I'm excited.
for tomorrow. I'm going to mark it down on the calendar. Let's invite our viewers as well. Tomorrow, the third
Mark
game
it as
will
a
be
2-0.
between Laos versus Cambodia. And yeah, it's going to be a very intense matchup. By the way, up next we have Singapore versus the Philippines. So
Yeah.
to all Filipino viewers out there and Singaporeans as well, please do stay on hold because after a few we would be having the Singapore versus Philippines classic here there Dash. Still though, final thoughts about Laos and Cambodia before we go on to a short break.
All I can say for Laos and Cambodia played the macro so well. Micro, I do believe that Laos still has the advantage there, but it's a good thing that the macro still just prevailed for Cambodia. But how about you?
Yeah, same. All I know is that both these teams are surprisingly good. They're challenging the best of the best teams here in Southeast Asia. If you are actually able to hold your ground against the Cambodian team, against a Vietnamese team and against a Philippine team, that to me is already a win.
Yeah, that's great again. But before that, we're just going to be taking a short break, everybody. We're happy your casters. See you guys.
about fame. It ain't about fake friends. And screw your ex is such a flake. Forget your grades, you need a break. You, it's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. It ain't about money. It ain't about the coolest job. It's about having fun and love the ones that makes you shine. You, it's all about you. No matter what the others say. But now I'm done talking, the lights on me. I tell you, I guarantee this night's about to take a turn for the better. Now the rain is pouring and all I see is lightning around my feet. Now nothing can bring me down. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance till my heart goes la la la. I just wanna dance.
Welcome back to the last game of the day. This is going to be the Philippines versus Singapore for our last game. Again, our last casters for today. I'm Dash and I'm here with Autolus, and that last game just gave me a lot of flair.
Enough
I hope
energy.
this is going to be the same thing.
I mean, of course, dude. Like, this is going to be a classic between the Philippines and Singapore. Singapore, I feel, he is going to be the dark horse in this tournament. We have to remember that the last time out that we've seen them as a team representing their country was back in SEA Games, and they were able to win the bronze medal. So, on paper, you should say that, Singapore is favored to win against the Philippines, but they are going to face against a different team right now. A very stacked team from the Philippines region. You have Justshi as a focal point that is going to be supplemented by all-star members as well. So it's going to be a tough task, but it's going to be a fun game to watch as well.
Yeah, and we have seen a while ago the plays from the Philippines during the last game against their enemy team. They were able to use the Lilia to the max, and that was something to really watch. And I love that. I love seeing Justshi just popping off. Chami didn't have a lot of chance during the last one because he was using a Jax. But again, I want to see a lot more flashy plays and a lot more things from the Philippines team.
What's the MVP during that third game of the Philippines? Do you remember? Because I feel that
I think
Justshi
it
was
wasn't
able to
Justshi.
secure. Was it Justshi or it wasn't?
I think it
Justshi?
wasn't Justshi. I think it wasn't Justshi during that game.
Okay. All right. Well, I can actually check on that.
Yeah,
real
it's Demon Kite.
quick.
It was Demon Kite. It was the MVP.
Oh
that
yeah. All right. Okay. So tally wise, we have 2 MVPs already for Justshi. One for
Yeah.
Demon Kite.
Yeah.
On the other side, though, Singapore has 2 MVPs, and both their MVPs did come from SSK.
Yep.
Which means that there's going to be another heated matchup between Shinsekai and Justshi. So
Justshi,
another
yeah.
jungle
Both of the
matchup.
junglers. Yeah.
It's been the jungler day. I feel that in Southeast Asia we have a very good set of junglers. Now we are being introduced to another monster in the jungle. Did you see the performance of GeForce One earlier from Laos?
Yeah.
My God, I was so clean on that Fiora.
Honestly, that is a lot of. We have said this a lot. That is a lot of opportunities for improvement for Laos. But GeForce One is that was scary. That was a scary game during the last time. I'm excited to see it tomorrow again for Laos to redeem themselves. Maybe they could get to the semifinals. But again, let's talk about the team now. Singapore versus Philippines. They're gonna be the ones fighting each other. So this is gonna be a heavily jungle matchup. But I can't say that much because the Philippines does have a lot of strong players.
I know. I mean, can attack from all fronts. Can have an Aaron carry show. Can have a Just G carry show as well. Can even have Chami carrying the game for themselves. And we saw Demon Kite was able to win an MVP for himself as well. So now the question is, how do Singapore stack up against this very stacked lineup of the Philippines? Well, first things first, we have to introduce this 5-man strong from Singapore. They have Jinkai, Shinsekai, Soul, Raven, and WJ. This 5-man squad from Singapore has played together numerous times already. And again, just to refresh everyone's memory, they are the bronze medalists from the last SEA Games. So there is already a resume that they can work on, or that they can use to represent themselves and to introduce themselves to everyone.
Yeah, and also this team, NGX, they are the ones making the name for themselves. Probably one of the strongest SEA teams that we have in the WRLA. So this team of great players, a lot of them have a lot of experience already, and they're showing it. They're showing to be an unrelenting force in the Wild Rift scene, and I hope to see them a lot more. But here, fighting against a bronze medalist, Singapore, in this round robin, NGX has another hurdle against them. Are they going to be able to do it? Because they have been one of the strongest teams, so I hope that they would be able to.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like on paper, it's just going to be a Philippines game to lose, right? Like it's they are heavily favored in this matchup against Singapore. I know that Singapore squad was formed under the banner of experience and possibly even brotherhood. Like they are a bunch of guys that have played with each other for the longest time now. I feel that they are fielding the best of the best players that they have from their region. But on the other side, Philippines, this is a team that has been tested through months already of grueling, intense Wild Rift competition. They have faced against the best of the best. And we have seen them evolve to a point that I feel scared for anyone facing against these teams, because they are very decisive, they are very aggressive, and they're going to meet the right place 9 out of 10 times.
NGX is that they punish the single mistake that you make. I've seen it a while ago in action. They gave a bit of kills to the squad of Cambodia during the last game that you guys were casting with Gyeong. Then after that, one mistake just snowballed the game in their favor. And that was how NGX just plays. Whenever you make a mistake, that is when they pop off. And after that, you're not going to be able to come back from it. So Singapore needs to make use of this early game advantage that Philippines always has. They don't need to draft a lot of late game insurance champions, because the Philippines could just punish that pretty easily.
Yeah, we'll see. Singapore has the option to go for the first pick, which often goes to the Camille priority, but Camille has been banned away, so it could be a Riven priority here for Singapore. Back-to-back games, we've seen Aatrox be a monster, so the read by Philippines is to just ban it away. And it's respected, and it's actually a very good ban in my eyes as well. Now, that's going to be the last ban for the Singapore squad. That's going to be the Fiora, which means that Philippines has the option to ban the Jace or leave the Riven open.
Yeah. They can leave the Riven open here if ever. Because if Singapore is going to be picking something up for SSK, I've seen the Yone from SSK a while ago could potentially help them out. But it's not going to be the same thing that happened during the last game that SSK played the Yone. Karma's going to be banned. So as you said, Riven is available. They have an availability of a Yone. They could potentially pick that up. A Jace is also available. But yeah, also Gwen is available. So if someone picks Yone, the other can pick the Gwen.
Yeah, but this is very much understandable. A 1-for-2 special. You get the Riven. We get 2 picks in return, 2 power picks in return. Could be the Gwen. Could be the Jace. because we saw Jace on Just Chi. He was so terrorizing on that champion as well. Goes for the Jax. This is the second time that we
Jax.
saw Chami on that champion, which means that he's going to be the late game insurance. And also when it comes to the laning phase, I feel that Chami is one of the best that we have, if not the best laner that we have from Southeast
Yeah.
Asia.
I was looking at that. They're going to be prioritizing the support after picking up the Jax, leaving Singapore a lot of options to pick here. Because with the Nautilus, they don't have any problems getting close, and that's what you want whenever you have a Jax on your team. So Singapore could potentially gain a lot more damage here. Gragas is also available if they want to answer in kind, and there you go.
And also a flexible pick at that. If you are Singapore, you can play the AP Gragas route from SSK. A very good pickup from Singapore. Things
great
are,
too. Yeah.
things are looking up for the Singapore squad. They have a Gragas which could be used as a disengage option or an engage option as a tank. And also a very good pickup on this Ashe, because if there is like one kryptonite for the Filipino teams, that's the Ashe, because of how unpredictable the enchanted crystal arrows will come from. At the mid part of the game.
Yeah, and you don't really have a lot of counterplays to it. That's why it's really great when it comes to Vietnam teams, Singapore teams, they really love using their Ashe, and Philippines really doesn't like having that on the enemy team. But with this, Singapore just needs a bit more damage with their composition. They're set for life. Their CCs are so big. So Singapore could just play around the damage. Maybe if they're not going to be banning the Yone, they could pick that up in the jungle. They do have a lot of damage anyway. Then just invest on the Yone as an insurance. But now they banned even the Gwen. So the Philippines would need a bit more. What could they work with here, Altalus?
I mean, Zed has been banned away. Gwen has been banned away. I mean, a lot of bruisers has been banned away, but the Jace is still left open here. And we all know that, even Aaron and Just Chi can actually play that. Yone, as you did mention time and time again, is also going to be an option for the Philippines. If they're going to round up their draft with the Jace, it's actually a very respectable draft. It's a very strong, not really early game team, but very strong, very balanced composition in where they have damage at the early stages of the game and can scale well with the Jax and the Ziggs as well.
There you go.
Singapore, though, is doubling down, going for a double AD composition. Interesting. They don't have an assassin. Are they willing to pick up the Akali here? There is an option for an Akali to pop up, especially against a double marksman.
Wait, what? Okay, so with what we've seen now from the side of Singapore, I like this.
Not two Shens, two Jacks.
Yeah, I was ignoring it because it's two Jaxes.
No,
but
not going to ignore it.
But what is it? It's a double Yone now. So okay,
let's check the
I'm
chat.
welcome to it. I'm welcome to it. Wait.
Okay, wait. Were you? I'm sorry, but this is almost always going
there's
to
the
be
Jace.
a boomer reference. Oh, okay. That's going to be the Jace. But this is going to be a boomer reference. And for those viewers out there, if you know the meme Two Shens, then I think it's time for you to get married, I guess.
That's it. Those are the blind pick, right? The blind pick two Shens.
Yeah. The WTF Two Shens.
Oh,
The Korean meta. Remember?
that's true. Yeah. The two Shens, two Zeds. That was the meta before. But
Yeah.
again, yeah, you should get married, guys. Whoever actually met with that meta.
No, but there you go. I mean, it's not a double Jax, it's not a double Yone, but rather one of the champions that we kind of anticipated to show up on the radar of the Philippines, especially with how the draft is going. Now they have two champions that can actually poke you out of your comfort zone. You have a Ziggs, you have a Jace. And I did say, this draft overall by the Philippines, it's a very well-rounded draft. They're strong early, and they still have the option to go late with the Yone, with the Jax, and also the Ziggs.
There's not a lot of things going for the Philippines in the early game, though, because they do need a lot of investment for Just Chi and Chami for them to be able to deal damage. But looking at the top side, this is going to be a hard lane for Chami, because with Raven here on the top lane part of the map, and also with WJ just staying onto the bot lane, this is a very smart pick for both of our sides. They're just going to be chilling out here onto the top lane, but they got a plating already in the bot side.
It was a demolish proc coming from draw. Cheeky play, I would say. That I believe, since these teams are actually practicing more times than none. Oftentimes, you would say, that almost all conditions or almost all scenarios has already been practiced by these teams, so nothing
Yeah.
surprises them. And so, draw. His decision was to not panic at all and just go for that extra plating, extra gold advantage for themselves. That's actually a good thing to pick up from, at least in the early parts of his game.
Oh, great knock up onto the mid
What?
lane. As his game was pulled back
No!
together with him. But it's a good thing he has to safeguard to run away.
Okay, and also just
That was
she,
close.
just she
Yeah.
did actually receive 1,000,000 damage. Oh, hook.
Yeah, they got
Oh,
the
no.
pull back. Dredgeline Raven now with the ignite on the head. Got the knockup coming in. Shammy doesn't have a lot of damage, but the grass proc is enough to pull them back to the low HP. But first blood comes in for SGP.
Oh, Demon Kite did not respect the all-in potential of the Gragas. And with the Ignite and the Flash being burnt to the Flash and the barrier of Demon Kite, I feel that WJ did have enough damage, just by a bit, to get that assassination on Demon Kite. As we look into
There's
the
a replay.
replay, wow, okay, just an up-close personal engage
just
with the
bunching.
Aftershock proc. And Demon
With the
Kite
body
still very
Oh,
aggressive.
What a play. What a play. WJ,
Veteran.
perfect play. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a body slam, though. But because they got the kill there, really smart for SGP to actually play around that. But Philippines struggling quite a bit in the early stages of the game because it is expected. With this composition, the only way you will deal damage is when the Jace gets strong. First objective, you might lose it, so you could not actually go for a trade there.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of my. I mean, just looking back at the trade at the bot lane, that's one of my favorite play. As a Byron laner, because we all know, this, as a 1v1 enthusiast,
Yeah.
you often go for, come over here, waiting for your cooldowns to be up and running. And then you instantly flash in,
Yeah.
burst down your opponent. And that's what happened there. Demon Cat did not respect the all-in potential coming from WJ. And I understand why, right? He needed to push a wave. The
Yeah.
wave was in a very awkward position, and so he needs to at least push some tempo. Just she was so low as well, so in order for him to be able to back him up at the bot lane to push the wave and bounce the wave in his favor, it's going to be a lot of work as well. You're right. I mean, that's a good advantage for the Singaporean team at the first few minutes of the game. Is it enough to stop the Philippines onslaught? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see as we look at head over into a very short break. Not really break, but a very short pause.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts exactly about the overall state of the game?
Yeah, for now, the Philippines doesn't have anything else to work with because they don't have any damage. They don't have a lot of CC. We've seen them just pull off a composition right off the bat. They have a late game insurance for 2. And most of the time, I don't really favor a lot of the picks that does have 2 very resource heavy champions. And they have 2 of them on the side of the Philippines. So they can work with that later on in the mid game. But I hope that they would be able to reach that point because SGP has a lot of things going for them. Because at the first place, they did have a great composition already on the first 3 picks.
True. And WJ being accelerated even further, getting that kill, would allow him easier access to the Rod of Ages. He will be
Yeah.
the main AP damage source for SGP.
That's nice.
And he did say that the damage from the Philippines is quite lacking in the early parts of the game. I mean, the only saving grace is going to be Aaron. If
Yeah.
Aaron accelerates this game, if Aaron gets ahead of this game, then yeah, chances are, especially on the armor penetration build, he can dish out a huge amount of damage. But you're right. I did remember that if you are the Jace, your role is to be on the sideline. So his first pickup is going to be the Hubbreaker, which mitigates some of his damage potential. We're going into a very short pause here, and I feel like one of the teams are facing some connectivity issues. Let me
Yeah.
guess, it's the Philippines.
It's the
'Cause why
Philippines
not?
for sure. Yeah, it's the Philippines for sure. Because this is the time in where most of the networks are gonna be having problems. That's why it's happening right now. But here, I hope that they would be able to get back before it gets a bit later than it is already. It's already 8 p.m. I think it's just gonna get worse here at this point for the internet that they have here.
I mean, well, we have to face it. We're not memeing, guys, but the Singapore
That's-
internet is a lot better than the internet
For
that
sure.
we have here. In
For
the
sure.
Philippines. It's like 10 times better. Not no cap, dude, no cap. But yeah, we're waiting to hop back into the game here, Dash, and I feel like this is actually a good wake up call for the Philippines that they have to play this correctly because Singapore team is nothing to scoff at. It's nothing. If you disrespect them and if you play as if they're the lesser team, chances are the Singapore team would be able to surprise you. Similar to what happened in that 1v1 between Demon Kite and WJ.
Yeah.
But it's still far from over though. I mean, we've seen worse. First blood is good to have for your team, but doesn't really dictate anything, especially if it doesn't lead into any objective. The Gragas going against the Ziggs. Ziggs falls down, going to delay his item, not by much. So yeah, I think the state of the game is still very even if we get the first blood over to the Singapore squad.
Yeah, most of the time when it comes to the first blood, it's just gonna be giving you the advantage in the first objective. Then what you do after the fact is gonna be the changing of the pace here for whatever team that we have. But with what we have here right now, I believe that it's going like how it's supposed to. SGP taking over the early game, taking the kills in their bag. Because I remember that Demon Kite is also needs a lot of resources to actually make work. So that's 3 people now on the side right there of the Philippines. But SGP, they only need 1. They only need to make one of their players strong, and that's gonna be enough for the whole game. But they do have a lot of CC to work with, and until the mid game, they need to snowball. They need to get an advantage, a lot of goal lead before it turns to the point in where Philippines is gonna be scary.
If SSK snowballs this game and cements his
said.
status as still one of the best junglers from Southeast Asia, then this game would head over to Singapore. Absolutely, right? Again, SSK has been the heart and soul of the squad. I feel that he's really good, especially on the aggressive champions. And now he's on the lease, and there is an opportunity for him to pop off. I remember his time back in the Alliance, and there's a lot more teams after that. He was able to perform so well, right? SSK Shinsekai, no stranger to the fame that is very much warranted by this person. So we'll see. It's going to be a matchup between him and Just She, and so far, yeah, it's kind of hard to gauge. It's definitely hard to gauge because of Yona's passiveness in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and I do hope that we see a lot more of those passive plays from them. But right now, with how the NGX has been known already, they are a very aggressive team. And most of the time, when you have an aggressive team like this, they're not going to be passing on this moment that they're just going to be trying to take over, especially even the first objective. But if it's a team of NGX's caliber, they have the discipline to actually make that work. So I hope that they would be able to do that. But right now, I think the pause has been, yeah, it's still not done.
Yeah, we are still pausing. Let's, ladies and gents, guys. I know that you want the game to continue, but there's no way for us to continue the game if the players are not yet ready. We want to promote a fair and competitive environment for all the players. They are entitled to pauses, especially if their connection isn't really up to par. I'm not 100% sure as to where the connection problem really lies, if it's the Philippines or if it's the Singapore. Chances are it's in the Philippines, just because, I'm not memeing, I'm not joking, but, Singapore has the better internet. But beyond that, dude, this is a momentum breaker for everyone. I feel,
Yeah.
both the teams are already raring. This is already the last game of the day, and you want to show off as early as you can. And this pause takes away a lot of energy and a lot
Yep.
of mental focus from not just the players but also the support staff as well.
Yeah, you want to take over the game as fast as you can, right? That's usually what people want to happen on this, and you want to end with a bang on this on this tournament every time you are on the stage, and especially when you're at the ending phase of the game. So I do hope that we see some changes. I hope that it would be better for our teams right now. But yeah, we're gonna be waiting for them to actually just come into play after some time. But I'm really sure that the state of this game is not gonna be a bit different because of this break that is gonna be having. I hope it's gonna be resolved soon for both of our sides.
I don't say, Dash, I'm already out of focus. I'm kidding. Oh, but yeah, dude, like, oh my god, I feel that we have to go on a short break. Maybe, I don't know, we're going to wait for further instructions.
Yeah.
Let me interact with the chat by a bit. I'm actually letting them know to stop fighting amongst themselves and just focus on the positives. And you know, be sad about the internet, if nothing else. Because the pause, man, the pause. Oh, there's an actual time that was given to us here, Dash.
Yeah. I think
2
we're gonna be up in 2 minutes. So yeah, we're just gonna be waiting for everybody to just come into the lobby, because after some time we're gonna be starting the game again. So yeah, while that's happening, Autolus, this is still gonna be back in a bit. But again, I'm really happy to see a lot of the fans actually here. But no, we didn't need 2 minutes because the game is already started again.
Yeah, well, oh, finally, all right, okay.
Okay, and we're starting with draw. Super low in HP. No more Sonic Waves for you guys.
Here,
That's too close though. They
ATM.
don't have the ultimate. They
No,
might be
he
able to
misses.
get there. SSK forces Flash away. Raven is gonna fall down, and that's gonna be a
Right.
kill on trade for the side of Philippines.
And this is actually good because you want to accelerate Abram. Again, he needs as much damage as he can to be that threat at the early parts of this game. This is actually a very scaling-centric lineup, and look at
Okay.
this.
Yeah,
She was even
just
able
she.
to snag away the blue buff. Oh, that's
unfortunate.
huge.
Yeah, unfortunate for SGP. They were able to stag that away. But again, this is what you want to happen. Aaron getting the kills. Early game, he's gonna be the bastion of this early game for this team. So we're gonna be expecting them to be giving a bit more gold infusion to Aaron just for them to herald the team together so that they would be able to stay passively and get to the late game.
Yeah, he'll be like the bridge, right? Now, where's the late game?
Oh,
another
they
engage.
have it. They have the knockoff to come out and follow, and that's going to be them up in the air, and that's going to be a dead team. Philippines are still backing with
Oh.
Joe super low in HP with a win slash JK.
Oh, that's a
and they
good
pulled
one.
him back with another kick. Does have the
Oh.
Sonic Wave to follow through. Chammy now low in HP. They do have the barrier to work with.
Oh.
He's going to go in for the safeguard. What a play from SSK.
I told you, man, this guy is legit on the Lee Sin.
That's
Shinsekai
crazy.
getting that kill. And is also able to gift over Jinkai some tower plates on the top lane. My god, Singapore is cooking the first few
Wow.
minutes of the game. We look into the replay, we can see a very good initiation coming from Draw. That's already job down. They were able to get Raven in the process, but Shinsekai being at the right place at the right time, and also Jinkai with a very good combo, eliminating Draw in the process, is able to net an overall positive for SG.
Yeah, I like the fact that they really know how to play around it. Whenever they have the kick, they know that they're gonna win the early game anyway. So even I thought that the Dragon's Rage was the call already to back away, but no, they went in.
Yeah, he just waited for the barrier to expire, and Chami had no chance at all. Overall, you know, those are the plays that can really turn your heads, regardless of if you have been watching Water competitive for the longest time. We all know that Lee Sin is one of the champions that are that is almost going to be the most exciting to watch, scale cap wise, because he's very flashy and he dashes left and right. But on top of that, Philippines facing, you know, just not even a 1K goal lead, even after all the positives that has happened to SGP.
Yeah, they have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, low HP onto just she. With
Crystal
explosive
lives.
cast, they force the Fate Seal
Oh,
to work
yeah.
with, and now they have the Rift Herald on their hands.
Force the flash, force the fate seal, force just cheat the base. That means that SGP gets a free Rift Herald and could
Yeah.
even challenge the Ocean Dragon if they want a 2-for-2. Meanwhile, though, Aaron, I believe with the
Tower bot
Hullbreaker
lane.
World be able to get the tower on the bot lane.
Yeah, and they took so long here on the top side. I think SGP is going to be taking the skill. Don't have the explosive cast, but they do have the Dragon Stage to work with. Gonna get the stun, but they got the kill too! What was that? But at least they got the Rip Herald down to the top side, got the tower. Chammy's gonna survive and John's gonna be dead.
Yeah, that's the sacrificial draw. That's okay. You're happy with that. Because now, Philippines was given enough space to get another objective for themselves. That's the tower on the bot lane. That's the Ocean Dragon. And more tower plates on the mid lane as well. Philippines.
Wow.
Again, that play alone, bursting Shinsekai in the process. Chammy and Draw, tag team on the top lane. I didn't know it was possible, but they made it possible. My god.
Yeah, that was my question too. How were they able to pull that off? Because I thought they didn't have enough damage to do that, and because of that, they took the Ocean Drake in their hands too. So that's honestly a good win for the Philippines there.
Yeah, a very good swing. Now, just she feels more free to wreak havoc, and we're not really closing the mid game part, but you can see that the quote unquote weakness into the line of Philippines, which is the early game. It's not too bad for them, right? They're even in the lead right now, 700 gold in the lead, and they still have a very good defense. Very good flash. Quick fingers.
That was too
Demon Kai.
close. That was drifting. The arrow was drifting. Really, it was gonna hit Demon Kai, but it's a good thing that he was able to flash away. Could have been an easy kill, but it was a great setup. Look at how SGP sets up these kills. They're closing in every time.
I mean, Demon Kai showing his 23-year-old mechanic. He just turned 23, ladies and gents, and my man. If it was me, if it was me, I'm already dead. Shinsekai, no?
Yeah, I think he's going to be already dead. Aaron tries to fight it out, but with the Sonic Wave on his head, that's SSK going to give him a kick.
Yeah, that's a flash or a flash. I feel that Aaron didn't have to use this flash at that point. He was already a done deal already at that interaction, but that still is okay for him. He has 2 items. Arrow.
Missile arrow, explosive cast. Wasn't able to get him really close to where he wants to be.
Draw.
It's a good thing he had the satchel. Draw. Being the wall to help out his team.
I know. I mean, the Sonic Wave didn't connect because Draw was there, blocking for his teammate. And what a play coming from Draw. It's the small things as to why, Draw is the most underrated member of this team. I feel that Draw has been so consistent in the support role and has been the steady factor of this 5-man roster of NGX. Now, this is a replay, and they were able to get ahead of Aaron, but the reality is Aaron is still ahead of the curve. He was able to get 5 tower plates on the bot lane, was able to get the first brick, which means that that's an infusion of gold of at least 1,000.
Oh, SSK safeguards away so that they won't be able to continue with any more fights. Sonic Wave is at the ready, but they're not going to continue with this. But as you said, yeah, that was right. Because Aaron is really fed right now. That's why he has 2 items already. I think he's the richest man on this Rift day. Because he was able to secure a lot of resources while everybody was fighting it out topside.
Yeah, you know what I call Aaron this game?
What is he?
Crazy rich Aaron.
Okay, that rolls up the tongue. That rolls up the tongue.
Of course.
Okay,
I mean,
good. That's good.
Oh, Chammy.
Chammy, they have the body
canceled.
slam, forces the flash,
Okay.
enchanted crystal arrow to the cast. He's not going to survive that unless he has the counter strike, but yes,
Alright.
he's just going to die. And WJ is taking a lot of kills, but it's a good thing PH got the
trade.
kill instead.
It's a trade. Jinkai also died in the
1 for
process
1.
in the bot lane. The minion wave is pushing very fast, but SGP was in a better position to secure another objective for themselves. We'll get the Herald in the process. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, Philippines wants to secure the 2nd tier tower. We'll see if they will be able to successfully do so. No, they can't.
Oh, that was too close. Raw is being chased down, but
there's a
Aaron's
pincer.
here in the mids. But it didn't help him out, SSK.
Yep,
They
there's a
knew
pincer.
because they had the vision. Yeah, they're just gonna give this man. Draw again, sacrificing his life for the greater good.
True. There was already a pincer movement coming from SGP from a mile away. As we look into this interaction, Chammy's leap strike did get cancelled by the body slam. A very good explosive cast, a very good arrow as well, and a very late counter strike to negate some damage. Spell of Doom for Chammy. Aaron though.
He won? What?
Crazy rich
He got.
Aaron.
Whoa! We call him the CRA, the Crazy Rich Aaron. And what was that? He was able to hold off against 3 members on the mid lane a while ago. And because he was able to get 2 kills, that nets them a lot. Now,
Look at the
let's take a look at this replay.
MIB.
What was that? Demon Kite. Wow.
And then Aaron waiting for his cooldowns. Remember in this
Look at him.
match,
What?
it's a lot more shorter when it comes to cooldowns. So there you go. The quick tap into the death of 2 members of SGP. Make that 3 actually in that exchange alone. And Aaron, my man, is carrying this game.
Wasn't afraid. Wasn't afraid to die. He was exhausted. But again, SGP wants to contest this. They have the positioning already. Doesn't have the vision on the blue side buff of the map, so this is still gonna be hard. 68 HP on the Infernal Drake. They're still at the ready. They're gonna be going for the WJ. They do have the CCs. Gargoyle in chat has been popped already with a fake steal of the WJ, but they still survive. PH doesn't have anything more on their arsenal. They might have lost it. Still a 4v5, but SGP is still afraid.
It was so flashy. I thought Philippines was winning.
Yeah.
And Singapore ends up on top. It was a very good Mega Inferno Bomb, hitting 3 members, and the MIB did actually hit the center part or the smaller circle, but just she not yet done. Wants to challenge this.
He didn't have any vision though, that's why they didn't continue. Enchanted Crystal Arrow was there, and people guys gonna be dead.
Aaron
up together to wrap it up in a present. SGP is gonna be dead on the water. 30 seconds on all of them with an ace for PH.
Oh, okay, where did that come from? Philippines baited out Singapore members to face check them into that bush. And with Aaron being so ahead of the curve right now with just 1-2 skill, all the health bars of SGP just bursted into nothing. Just she also was able to get the tower on the bot lane. And right now, aside from that Infernal Dragon, aside from that small skirmish win, everything is in the favor of the Philippines.
Yeah, they were shattered. I wasn't really looking forward to the shatter happening for SGP because Philippines does have a 4v5 during that
arrow?
Enchanted Crystal Arrow ready to hit on the draw, forcing the flash away. SGP might want to take a dip on the Baron pit.
Draw flashed actually, and yeah, he needed to flash that one out. Just she going in.
Yeah, 1v1. SSK now low on HP. They don't have the Bounty Slam. Joshi is gonna be the target. Fade Seal gonna be running away with the knockup. What was that? Explosive cast together with it. He used the soul unbound, but now he's gonna be left alone again for the greater good. Draw is now gonna be drawing cards, but SGP still got a 1-for-1 out of that.
It's been like the story of this game: draw against the world, draw against 5. But that is still a net positive for the Philippines. They were able to get WJ in the process, a trade for a support. Now Aaron trying to sniff out some members here by SGP, not going to be able to successfully do so. And man, oh man, again, with one blink of an eye, this goal lead has ballooned to 7K already.
Got terminated there. Philippines with a 7K gold. Or this is just such a good showing for the side of PH because of the amount of towers that they got from the rotations. They're forcing SGP to react to what they do. And also Aaron has been the reason why they are able to do that, because Aaron is still posing a threat
He's so
wherever
ahead.
he is on the map. And just she is just pulling the trigger on every soul unbound that he has.
Yeah. I mean, look at the total kills here by Aaron. 5, 1, and 6. So that's 11 out of
11
13
KP?
kill participation.
Yeah.
And so he's just making his presence felt. Aaron and Jashi trying to go for a sneaky Baron, or maybe they're just clearing some vision as well. But, you know, the threat still persists. You still have a Chami problem to solve come late game. You still have Demon Kite that would scale well into the late game. Even Jashi is also scary into the late game. So,
Do you see this?
my God, if you're Singapore, you have to act fast. You have to go for some desperate measures and go for maybe even a sneaky flip on the Baron.
Yeah, I was expecting them to go for the Baron, but bot lane is being threatened. And SGP needs to decide now, and they haven't decided. They
Wow.
took too long. PH just took the tower in the bot lane. And I think they're
this could be good.
chasing them down. Look at
This could be good.
This might be the chance. SGP
SGP?
doesn't have the vision here. Draw. Is at the ready. That charge is going to be there.
Oh,
Champion's going to
Fade
be
Seal
starting
onto
up with the
two.
Fade Sealed onto 2. That's perfect. So now PH is just going to be chasing down. They're on the tail of the members, and they all shattered, got terminated by the PH. The last one standing. They could end this because they have the 5-member advantage. Soul using the culling is not going to be clearing anybody except for himself, because this is going to be the last play that is going to happen. PH is going to be ending this game. SGP tried their best, but PH still remains on top. One fell down, but the Nexus fell down in trade.
Red team wins.
Oh, what a play coming from the Philippines. At one point, I thought that pincer movement coming from SGP was what they needed in order for them to at least, get even. But they were so prepared. Like NGX, before it even happens, they knew already. They were already raising their hand like this. I knew. They knew what's going to happen. And with one very quick counter attack, with Fate Sealed connecting onto 2, with Draw initiating with that ultimate, it was all she wrote for SGP. Now Philippines goes and ends this day undefeated. 4-0 record for them, and $1,200 richer for them as well.
Yeah, on a mission. Aaron was on a mission during the most of the time in the game. He's like a man possessed, and he was possessed by the greatest player in the game. And that was such a great showing from them. I like that the Philippines, or rather even SGP, was able to make it a bit hard for the Philippines to actually just get away with that win. But it's just a matter of time in where we see Aaron actually popping off during this game, and he was able to do it in a nice fashion. 3 kills on the board. Wow, what a great show. What a great show for this last game.
Yeah, I mean, again, you cannot count out the Jace factor at the early stages of the game. It just gives you the creeps thinking about it, right? He went for the Hull Breaker, yes. The first 5 minutes was brutal for him when it comes to the damage potential. But remember that he was left left by himself on the bot lane. He was able to secure 4 or 5 tower plates plus the first tower. At one point, he was at 7k gold, wherein the opposition only had 5k as their richest member. But we're going to look into the highlights and see and dissect what really transpired in that game.
Yeah, I really want to see what happened though, because what transpired during this whole time is that from the side of SGP here is that they always wanted to go for this fight, and they know that they're going to be winning the early game, and they recognizing this a very important factor. And SSK, look at how scary he is during this time.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect the guy on the Lee Sin. He's good. He's tremendously good. If there's a player that I could actually import as a jungler for the Filipinos, could be SSK.
Yeah.
He's at that tier with Cold and Feet as the players that I feel is very flexible. This is actually the winning play, where they waited for they waited for all the members of SGP to cross the trap that they have set for them, the Death Rush NGX or PHI exclusive.
Yeah, and also underrated. Raw actually did a lot during
Yeah,
that
of
game.
course.
He did so much for the Philippines to actually get the win there. And that was such a hero play, a hero move right there from Jaw. Even if his record is not going to be that great, he did a great thing. That's how heroes do it.
I kind of want to break down that last team fight alone, Dash, because that was so perfect. I'm wondering how the comms went. I hope
I want to know
Co-
too. Yeah.
I hope Coach TJ would actually provide some insight as to who did that last call, because that last call, waiting for SGP members to pile up on top of each other and just going for the hammer. I thought initially that SGP had it in the bag. They were in a very good flanking position, but lo and behold, with Soul not being there, it was a 5v4.
Yeah, that 5v4, I thought that I don't know what happened there, because
It was so good.
Yeah, that was such a good play. Because honestly, with the way that the Philippines does it, is that whenever they find somebody, just take that one down. target it. That is one of the things that most of the teams need: target acquisition. Once one falls down, that is when you just collapse on everybody after, because their champions were built for that, and that we saw from the Philippines.
An undefeated day number 1 for the Philippines. I believe we will be showing some graphics as well before we end the show for today. But to recap, I believe the number 1 team is going to be the Philippines, followed by Vietnam, followed by Singapore, and then Cambodia. And then the 5th team will be Laos. We're going to show some stats as well. And who is your MVP in that game, Dash? I believe it's going to be Aaron with the runaway MVP, right?
I was thinking if it's
I mean,
Aaron or
dude.
just she, because just she did a lot of things too. I mean, Aaron did have a lot of highlight plays. Honestly, a lot of highlight plays because the 2v1s, the 1v3s. But yeah, Aaron's gonna be my MVP. I was
Very well
thinking, I was
deserved
thinking.
MVP. Yeah, very well deserved MVP for Aaron. If in case that he becomes the MVP, but I mean most of the games right now, I mean we've easily predicted the MVPs, and for good reasons, because I believe whoever selects the MVP also has the same eyes as us.
Yeah.
And can actually see who really impacted the game the most. And I feel although Demon Kite has the highest damage potential out of all the 5 members,
That's a
it
Mega
feels to
Inferno
me
bomb.
that Aaron, and plus the pokes
Yeah.
as well, right?
Yeah.
It feels to me that Aaron was the stabilizing factor, and was able to bridge the game from a very hard early game to a very successful late game, right?
Yeah.
And MVP.
There you go.
There
Yeah.
you go, Mr. Aaron,
Yeah.
Pingay, crazy, rich Aaron, with a goal per minute of 946 and damage per minute of over 1,100.
And getting that early kill was a really important factor too. And how Aaron just played around it, stayed bot lane, get resources, and that's how it all started. I like the way that Aaron played this game, and that's one of the things that I was expecting from the teams like Laos and Cambodia. You need to have someone like this who knows his role and just stays with it.
Oh, another reason why you cannot deny or you cannot ignore the Jace pickup, especially against the
That's
Philippines.
true.
And there you go. A 4-0 start for the Filipino squad. Tomorrow will be another set of 10 games in where they will be facing again on the second of the double round robin. So there will be a rematch for every single one of them. And the most awaited rematch will be one between Philippines and Vietnam. And the second one would be
Laos versus
between Cambodia and Laos, of course.
My favorite teams, yes. Laos and Cambodia. I want to see that rematch tomorrow. And I believe that this rematch that is going to be happening is going to be the Philippines versus Vietnam. Is going to be the last game of the day. So that's going to be the deciding factor.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, it's going to be the last game of the day.
So it was the opening game, and tomorrow it would be the closing game, barring a tiebreaker
cool.
to happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's a potential chance. If ever Vietnam or if ever Philippines loses one game against anybody, that's gonna be a tiebreaker for sure.
I'll be casting the first 6 games to anyone curious. Meanwhile, Dash will be covering the first 3 games, and then
In
the
last
rest
4 games.
last 4 games, right? A lot of games
Yeah.
to be casted by us, but there you go. The next day's schedule: Cambodia going to face against the Philippines as the first match. It feels to me that it was a snake format, in where not really a snake
It
format,
is.
but most of the matches that were on the first part of the day did actually move over to the second part or the latter stages of the game. But there you go. What the guys have to do is to just basically screenshot this and share this on social media, because this will be the schedule for tomorrow.
Yeah, this is gonna be the schedule, and this is gonna be this is one of the matches that I really want to see too. Is that I want to see SGP get a bit more of light, because they're always gonna be it's like they're the middle child of this whole thing. I hope that they would be able to get more light against maybe Vietnam, maybe against the Philippines tomorrow. And with what we've seen from today, they got a bit of a promise there for the middle stage of the game. It's just that Philippines just knows how to play around any objective, then they're gonna be trading with something. Any last thoughts before we end this, Autolus?
Cambodia and Laos are the real deal, but the Philippines has been the superior team of all the 5 teams that we have so far. It's not yet over though, because tomorrow is another set of action-packed games. So yeah, I'm so happy to be here. If you have any thoughts whatsoever, you can reach me on Twitter at Autocasts or on my page on Facebook at Autocast as well.
Yeah, and me too. You can reach me out at Dashcast on every social that I don't know I even have. But again, everybody, that was such a fun day. I want to see the most fun game that I had was Laos versus Cambodia, and I want to see that again tomorrow. That rematch, that was hype. That was the most hype that we had for the day.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah, and again, everybody, that was just our first day. We still have game 2, or rather day 2. We do have game 3 to also after that, the semifinals. But again, thank you very much everyone for watching this whole broadcast. 10 games we had for today. We have been your casters, Dash and Nautilus. See you guys tomorrow for more games.
Bye bye.
Blue team first blood. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Killing spree. Shut down. Blue team lost the turret. Blue team champion slain. Red team double kill. Blue team has slain the dragon. Unstoppable. Blue team champion slain. Rampage. Red team double kill. Red team champion slain. Blue team champion slain.